Good morning. How are you? How are you doing? Hi, Fyodor. How is the Wednesday? How goes the Wednesday? Hi. Is it a good Wednesday? It's happening. Yeah, Wednesday is happening. Right now. It is Wednesday, my dudes. I can't do this scream. Don't ask me to do the scream. I can't do the scream. I hope you're having a good day, though. We are here for the Fontaine. It is Fontaine Day. It's finally upon us. I can't wait to play for half an hour and then not know what to do. No. We're gonna be doing a little bit of exploration. Mostly I'll be doing story today. Because I don't want to be getting spoiled everywhere I go on the interwebs. I've already had many spoilers today. And I don't want any more. So we'll be doing mostly story today and a little bit of exploration, and a lot more exploration on Friday probably. What's the words? I need the words as well. Oh yeah, wishing. I'm not doing that because I don't want the new. I don't want Linny. I think his name is. I'm pretty sure it's Linny and Lynette is the other one. Maybe I'll do a 10 roll just for a laugh. But I don't want the new character. I'm not interested. He's not a Star Rail character, let me tell you that. So yeah. We also have drops enabled, so hopefully you can benefit from those. Usually I don't, because I don't know, Twitch doesn't count for some reason. It's weird. Sometimes it doesn't count properly when it's my own content. It's a bit sad. You would think it would just give me the stuff without, any questions asked. But here we are. So yeah. I'm kind of eager just to jump right into it. So I'll probably be just literally jumping straight into Genshin. I already booted it up and loaded in because I had to change some settings for the stream. I just want to jump straight into it because, it is a work night Wednesdays, so I ain't got a lot of hours. So I need to get as much done as possible. Story could take hours. Don't you know? So let's do the story. Do the Genshin. If you know, you know. Do the la 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 la. What's that from? Is that from Yu-Gi-Oh! Bridge, or is it from something else originally? I don't actually know. Yeah, it's from Yu-Gi-Oh! I see. I just realized I forgot to turn on tits. Let me turn on tits real quick before we get into the game. There we go. Tits is now on. I've turned on the tits. What do you mean, what? You use tits all the time. Why you not know what it is? What does it mean? It's the Twitch integrated throwing system, otherwise known as tits. Yeah, there you go. That's tits. Hi, Mookie, by the way. Welcome. Also, Fufu, no. Is this revenge for your last stream? Is that what this is? Is that what we're doing here? Is this revenge? I bet this is revenge. I disapprove. I disapprove of your revenge. Why you gotta do this? Hmm? You just want to be part of me? That's why did you phrase it that way? Been here since 8:30. 8:30. Oh, I suppose yeah, 7:30 for me, 8:30 for you. Right, hang on, bear with me. Do I? You've redeemed that before. Oh my god, I got a drop on my own stream? Amazing. Incredible. Twitch is doing a thing. Unheard of. Okay, Fufu, where do you want it written? Fyodor. No. No. That's a bad Fyodor. Can't believe you. Away from Fyodor. Well, we don't know where. Okay, so do you want me to write Fyodor first? You want Fyodor to have first picking? Is that what you want? And then we can decide to put you away from Fyodor. Yeah, okay. Fyodor, where do you want it written? God damn it. Okay, okay. You wanna be... Okay, we're gonna have to put some ground rules on this. We're gonna put some ground rules. It's not going on my eyes, please. That we're putting down the ground rule here now. Not on my eyes, not my mouth. You know, none of that business. Those are the ground rules. Fuck's sake, why is everyone redeeming this today? Connecting both the names. Right, okay. Does anyone know how to rotate things? Oh, there it goes. Never mind, I figured it out. Okay, so Fyodor, you can go there, I guess. And then we put Fufu over here on the other side. This is so stupid. Hang on. So Fufu goes the other side. And then to connect both the names. Oh my god, do I even have... Okay, hang on. I need to... Apparently Moogie's never redeemed this before, so hang on a minute. This is a whole procedure now. They won't be readable on... Look, listen. It's realistic size, okay? Jesus Christ. I can't have them fucking massive, otherwise they won't fit. It's not my fault all three of you decided to redeem them. Does that mean you're doing IRL too? No. No. Where is thing? I should? No, I shouldn't. That would be like a 20k redeem right there. Probably more, actually. Knowing you guys, some of you probably have that amount. Do you want Omashano? Is that what you want me to type? Omashano? Or would you like something else? Whatever works well, either works. Okay. Ba, 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 ba. And then we go to VTube Studio. Okay, okay. Okay. And now in order to put this connecting the other two. It's not gonna reach. There we go. It kinda it's stupid. Okay. Fuck. Fuck, I wanna move that. No, I wanna move that one. Okay. Whatever. There we go. They are now connected. Name necklace. Some ritualistic shit. Yeah, it is. All I wanted to do was play some Genshin Impact. Was that so much to ask? Was that too much? There you go. Names. All the names. It's too much to ask. Okay, I see. Also, thank you for the pink redeem, Lily. There you go. I am now the pink. Sorry for delay. I was sorting out thingy. It is a bit much. Your face is a bit much. Fyodor. Go ahead. Right though. Let me go to the Genshin Impact now. I think we're done with all the redeems. We've done all the redeems. So we can go to the Genshin Impact now. Had just enough time to do your nails between Star Stream and start of actual game. Wow. Most of it was just getting your name there, you know? His game is very quiet. It doesn't have any music when you're on the menu.
Skill issue.
Why are the controls default? Why are they default controls? Does it not remember? Has it forgotten me? It's forgotten me. Unfrickin' believable. I cannot believe this happened. I see. Look what you guys did. Now when I put my controller up, look at that. This is entirely your guys' fault. Gosh. Keep controller on lap. Yeah, it seems to be the way we're gonna have to do. How? Goddamn! Thank you for the bit. This is just I don't know what's happening this stream. And no, I am not playing with mouse and keyboard. I would die so fast. Zukario Kitsune, thank you so much for the 500 bits. I'm a big fan of the Wii. The Wii Hoot House. Imagine dying again. Listen. It is what it is. Sayonara. God, that sound alerts thing in chat was really delayed, huh? I had to like go into the dashboard to see who played it. Let's see. Am I level 1 in the...
There was a glorious
Oh, it's the same old battle pass cutscene. Always. Wait, hold up. That's different. They've made it like 3D. That's totally different. Nice. Everything's new because I reinstalled the game. One day there will be a new battle pass cutscene and no one will know because it always gets skipped. Yeah. Especially if they start out the same and say, once there was... Did they add new battle pass weapons? No. No, they just... All they've done is just made it 3D. Wait. Did they? They did! What? You're right. Holy shit. I guess I gotta get the battle pass, don't I? What are these? I guess they just add... Yeah, they did. This brand new. Oh, do you know what I need to see immediately? Hang on. Where is it? Also, where is there... Is there no game music? Or what is the story with the game? Because it's very quiet.
Traveling
There's
to
like
other
no...
worlds is all that anyone
Jesus Christ!
these days.
I gave me a heart attack. What was
Goodness
that?
knows what they find so disappointing about their own world.
I've never seen anyone redeem that sticker before. Thank you for the head pat, I guess. And the 100 bits. Thank you. No, this is what I wanted to see. Like this. Like, hang on, Yuki. Ah, look at it! It's so great. I love it. I love it so much. What? It's so great. It's so wonderful. Hi, Thad. Hello. How are you doing? How do you change the background? I think from what I read, it changes depending on where you are. So let me look at the map real quick. Okay, so it's just this bit up there. I had heard the first area is pretty small. But I'm pretty sure they're gonna be adding a lot more to it. As per usual. You're sick, you're eating ice cream and being miserable. Ice cream and being sick? Seems reasonable. You know, I would love some ice cream too. Personally, I'm a big fan of ice cream. The world goes down, huge thunderstorm above you. That's no good. Yeah, look at that. It changes depending on where you are. Ah, look at Zhongli. Look at Zhongli. He's just so great. I love this. It's so nice.
Personally, I think the idea of things staying the same forever is quite beautiful. But alas,
Things
that is
staying
simply
the
not
same
the way the world
forever
works.
and ever? Unheard of. Right though. Does I have quest? Go to Caravan Riba. Riba? And brings me to Fontaine. Fontaine. Does the map show you quest locations even if you're not close now? I think it already did. At least it has for some time anyway. I don't know if that's new. It certainly did with commissions. I don't remember 100%. Oh, wait a minute. Hold up. Wait a minute. There is something. Is there a way for me to enable it? Hang on. If I go to this under okay. Okay. Dotted lines will be used for indicators that are not located on the current map layer. Additionally, when an area is centered and the map contains different layers. Okay. Yeah, look. Now you can look at the different layers. Oh, it's so cool. I'm so thankful they finally added that. Finally an easy way to change the layers. It's not just an easy way. They didn't have layers before at all. There was no map to this underground area, like at all. Or any underground area for that matter. They had layers, but only for the big instant one. Yeah, for the big instanced ones, yeah. I guess since I don't have them unlocked here, I can't see the underground areas there. I know, I've done no exploration of the desert. Don't at me about it. This is all new up here. Up in this corner. This is definitely new. I could just go straight to Fontaine, but I might as well. I might as well do the quest that brings me to there first. I might as well. Right though. Why are you pinging me? Also. Like yeah, I just read about the multi-layered map. I read all about it.
Good old Caravan Rebat.
Is it good though, this place?
What were we up to the first time we came here?
What were we up to the first time we came here? It was so long ago, I don't even remember.
Oh, Paimon remembers. Nahita's consciousness had been trapped by the doctor, but we followed the clues she left behind to help her.
Oh yeah, and then we went to the desert and it was like a whole thing. Yeah, good memory.
So much time has already passed since then. And it seems Sumeru's changing for the better now that Nahita's in charge, right? Paimon just hopes this peace will last a long time. And then Nahita won't have any more new problems to deal with.
I mean, I don't know what this is implying, but as long as we're around what? It can't get better?
Yeah, guess you're right. We somehow always find ourselves right in the thick of it. Who knows what will happen next?
Yeah, I guess Mondstadt has been pretty peaceful since we left.
Maybe you're just a magnet for trouble.
Possibly. Maybe.
Huh? Me? Before Paimon ran into you, Paimon never ran into any trouble. At most, when she was super tired, Paimon got caught in some strange whirlpool and sucked out into sea. And even then, you fished Paimon out. Anyway, for Nahita's sake, like maybe we should think about heading to our next destination for now.
That's the most ridiculous reason to be actually finally leaving. Like, why can't we just say, okay, we've hung around long enough, let's finally go. Paimon sounds an awful lot like Bernadette from The Big Bang Theory. I'll be honest, I don't really watch The Big Bang Theory. I hate it. I think it's the most unfunny TV ever. I really don't like it. So I don't watch it. Hi Rage, welcome. I'm doing good, thank you. I hope you're doing good as well.
Ah, look who it is. Running into you in a place like this? I can see you two still love wandering around.
I mean, what else are we gonna do, Dea? There's no TV.
Since when are we just wandering around? We're usually taking care of some serious business. Even though it may have nothing to do with our journey. But never mind that. What brings you here?
Don't be like that, Fed. You know what? It doesn't have to be bad. But because you know, I've watched Young Sheldon, and I like that. That's pretty good. Big Bang Theory just grates me. I hate it.
I just finished a commission in the desert for a usual client of mine. Nothing too interesting. Just escorting a shipment of goods. I'm on my way to report back. That's when I saw you two all the way over there, chatting away. What were you two talking about anyway?
We're leaving. We're going to Fontaine.
Huh? You serious?
Yeah.
Can't say I saw that coming. But you are travelers after all. I guess you'd never stay for too long in one place.
It's fine, we can still be friends. Yeah. I imagine though if I said I didn't like Friends, you would probably kick me to the curb. Speaking of friends. Careful with the F word. You don't like Friends, Mickey? Oh, well, you're on the curb now. Yeah, there you go. You're done, Mickey. You're done.
Bumping into you like this will become a rarity. I'm starting to feel sad just thinking about it.
Don't worry, Day. I come back here all the time for every, like, commissions and stuff. It's fine.
Hey, how about I gather a few mercs to escort you two? What do you say?
Thanks, but no need. Oh, Paimon had no clue you'd miss us so much. But don't worry, we'll come back to see everyone when we get a chance.
Sounds good.
Probably
All you
once
need to
or
do to
twice
get to
a year for
Fontaine
events.
is cross this
I'll be
stretch
back
of desert
here.
and navigate some waterways. Knowing you two, I'm sure it won't be anything you can't handle. So, when are you leaving?
Immediately.
Oh, wait a sec. Paimon just remembered there are still a few dishes in Sumeru that Paimon hasn't tried yet. Now, where's that list Paimon made?
No, we gotta go get French food.
I see. Guess you won't be needing a going away party or anything. It's sad enough to see you go like this. Though, now that I think about it, Sumeru wouldn't be what it is today without you. Seems true heroes always prefer leaving quietly.
By the way, should we go say bye to Nahida?
I still think like the whole Sumeru arc. I look forward to seeing Fontaine's story, but the whole Sumeru arc with like the band of characters that we got together by the end, I really love that whole thing. Like I really like that. It's the classic RPG thing, like in a Final Fantasy game when you get like all the characters and like the party together, and like accomplish something together. I think it's so cool. Sumeru is the best story, definitely. I hope Fontaine is able to like at least match that like level or surpass it. We shall see though. Should we say bye to Nahida? She already knows we're leaving. Like she's watching us as we leave.
Oh, good point. Then there's no need to bother her in the real world.
Then I guess this is goodbye for now, Traveler in Paimon. Whether as a client or a friend, you're always welcome to come find me.
It's nice that Thea is the one to see us off.
Goodbye, Dia. Bye-bye, Sumeru.
Oh, Rage, that reminds me actually. I wanted to check some before I keep going. Okay. Yeah, I wanted to check my bit rate. I have my bit rate set to the highest it can be for Twitch. You can't see Fontaine matching Sumeru. Maybe Natlan. I can't wait for Natlan. Natlan's probably gonna be great. Is this it? We're at the edge of the desert. It's just right there. It's like immediate. I thought there would be a bit more distance, like, you know, with Inazuma, how it's pretty far away. No, it's just hanging out. Why are they hogging all the water with the desert right here? Yeah, right? It's really interesting as well, like, so everything over here, going way back to even Mondstadt, the water level is like there. But then you get over there and it's like, the water level drops again. Like, obviously, you know, Fontaine is on a whole completely different level. But that's like the water nation. But why is the ocean, like, there, different than here? It'd probably be, like, really difficult if you wanted to sail from Fontaine to, Port Ormos or something. Can you sail from Mondstadt to Fontaine? Well, in theory, if, like, the ocean goes all the way down this way, right? So it goes all down here. If they had, like, a port on this side... Like, if this river maybe goes into the ocean? I know there's supposed to be a Mondstadt port up here somewhere that lets you go from there to, like, Liyue and Inazuma. But I don't know if it would get you to the other side. I don't know. It looks cool, though. It looks great. Now we just gotta get over there. Do a flip? I'm not doing it. I don't know. Why do people always ask me to do a flip? I don't know how to do a flip.
Yeah.
Oh. That waterfall is very loud already. Oh, what? Turtles? Turtles? Why can't they get on the ferry boat? That's a bit sad. I gotta get my crappy boat, my wave rider. Hi, Roma Hortus. Hello, hello. You are Vegeta? We're not... What? You are... Yeah, okay. Sure. Okay. I will not challenge you. I will never challenge you. dare you to say that you don't like Dragon Ball? What, me? I've never seen Dragon Ball. We didn't have that stuff when I was like growing up. That was like rich people stuff. Thank you for the follow, Roma Horse. You're at a loss for words? Wow. The privileged right here. It's terrible. This is nice. I like this. I like this architecture. Can I just go straight in? Do I have to get off my boat? Wow. Not opening the door for me? Outrageous. I cannot believe this. Oh, bulletin board. It's been specially set up by the Arbor Master of Romaritime Harbor. Is that what this place is called? To publicize all important matters in and around the harbor. Attention all visitors. Any and all dueling within Fontaine will require application and registration with the appropriate authorities. Private unapproved duels are strictly prohibited. Any participants will be punished to the fullest extent of the law, and any and all losses and damages resulting from unauthorized private duels will be borne by the participants. Was it such a problem? People kept coming over and dueling? Does this mean I can't play Genius Invocation TCG? Unbelievable. Arrest made by the Maison Gadinage. I fucking hell, these French names are gonna kill me. This place is already annoying. Are not considered duels or dueling behavior. If you wish to uphold your honor, you may apply for a duel during the trial process. Refrain from any last-ditch resistance if you wish to avoid meaningless losses. Not the TCG. I know, Shinobi. I'm heartbroken, really. I can't play my TCG. Like, what? Unbelievable. Ben collab? Yeah, I need Ben here to be like my French translator. Not even translator, just to like tell me how to pronounce things. Oh, well, this is lovely. Nice little elevator ride.
Most humans could have the entirety of their fleeting lives chronicled in but a few short lines. Their stories really make for terribly dull reading.
This is a really long elevator. Going up the Burj Khalifa here. Thankfully, this will be the only time I ever ride it. Oh. It's a statue of the Seven. In before they pull a Yulmore, please, no. Did light just start flooding from that statue of Seven? Yeah, that's what they do. It's normal for them to glow. The water is speaking to me. Like Paimon's gonna believe you. If you crack jokes like that, you must be fine. Though after it lit up like that, the air does feel a lot more humid. Maybe it's because of all that hydro ending that was released. Do I have hydro now? I didn't even switch to main character. Paimon heard in Fontaine, if you can use elemental energy properly, you you can swim underwater. Paimon will leave diving for treasure to you. Paimon will stand on the shore and wait. Thank God. We don't have to bring Paimon with us underwater. I'm staying underwater. Water is scary. Yeah, Paimon, it's terrifying. You should totally stay up above the water. What if Paimon accidentally gets swept by a current and gets all turned around and dizzy? Maybe she has like PTSD from when we rescued her from the water. I'll fish you out of the water again if something happens. I think the game is telling you can dive. Yeah, maybe. Just a hunch. A mysterious power that flows from the statue to imbue you with the blessing of transoceanic source. Fucking words. Transoceanic source water. There we go. Your progress will remain unhindered so long as you are moving through the lakes of Fontaine. What you expend while moving underwater is not stamina, but aquatic stamina. As such, when your aquatic stamina is expended, you will not drown.
Personally, I think the idea of things...
It would have been annoying if you, like, drowned. Ah, so pretty. Where is main character?
Just what will we come across this time?
Did they really need a whole new stamina bar? Yeah, of course. It's like, how... Scaramouche has his own stamina bar. I really like this statue with the like giant sword. It's pretty cool. Wait, am I healing when I'm doing that? Was I just healing from my water? That's pretty cool.
Betrayal.
Betrayal? How did I betray anyone? I betrayed nobody. It doesn't say anything about healing, does this? Weird. It's a pretty cool view from up here, though. Oh, you're just testing what you can do? Fair, that's fair. Yeah, you can kind of see Mondstadt from here. Way over there. And you can see Liyue. Don't have a great view of Inazuma from here, though. Apparently, I still have not completed the quest, though. Like, where does it want me to go? I'm a bit confused. Do I have to stand, like, specifically right here? I do. Okay.
After crossing all that sand and water, we finally made it! Oh, this must be Fontaine's port!
Slight immersion break.
Wow! Everything looks so advanced in Fontaine! Paimon's heard that the industry here is extremely developed, and there are all kinds of unusual machines!
So I heard.
Just seeing the sights as a tourist is nice, but maybe it would be better if we found something to do. What do you think? Let's
go meet the Hydro Archon, because that's gone well in the past. When have we ever gone to one of the nations and immediately been able to meet with the Archon? No problem whatsoever. I think the closest we got was probably in Azuma. And that wasn't even like a no problem scenario. Like, we got to meet her, and then she tried to kill us immediately. You meet Venti 2 minutes into the game? That's true, but we didn't really get to have much of a conversation. He ran away from us immediately. At least Raiden spoke to us before she tried to kill us. You never get to have a conversation with that clown. Yeah, he's less forthcoming than, like, even Zhongli is. Like, Zhongli has a contract saying he can't tell us what happened in Conria. But Venti just won't even acknowledge that Conria, like, the whole thing is a thing. He won't acknowledge anything, in fact. We've got more lore tidbits from Zhongli than Venti.
Good idea! Nahida gave us loads of useful information.
Did she give us loads of useful? Like, useful is a strong word.
Seeking out the Seven is probably still our best source for information at this point.
Our journey is to find my sibling and the truth.
Yeah! The more we can learn, the better. So, what do you think the Hydro Archon's like? Will we get along? Nahida said that she has a very unique personality, whatever that means.
My question, actually, now that I think about it, how does Nahida know anything about what's her name? I can't remember, but the Hydro Archon, because Nahida's only 500 years old, and as soon as she was born or created, she immediately got locked away. So how I don't know. Toss Paimon into the water? Don't worry, I'll go swimming. She won't join me.
There seems to be some locals talking over there. Let's go see if we can join the party.
Paimon, it's not a party if just people are having to talk to each other. We can't just walk up to some random people, interrupt their conversation, and be like, yeah, let's join the party. That's not how it works. She has access to the tree. Oh yeah, she does. She does have access to...
It's a tragedy how things ended for him.
The tree.
Clearly, he was a pretty decent person.
I don't know why I can't remember the name of the tree.
Yeah, I didn't expect that kind of ending for him. I thought he would at least fight on a little longer for his family. I was expecting a sudden plot twist, but it's a pity that it never happened.
Thank you, Fyodor.
Still, his story is quite the tearjerker.
Excuse me. Can I help you two? I couldn't help but notice you standing here listening.
Yeah, we're just being a bit of a pair of weirdos. Just... Oh, I can see Lynette behind, though.
Hi. We're travelers new to Fontaine, and we had something we wanted to ask, but you seem to be really busy talking about some kind of play, so we didn't want to interrupt.
Play? Oh, no. We're talking about something that really happened. In fact, it's a case that was just heard a few days ago.
Oh yeah, they use, like, the courtroom as entertainment. To be fair, you know, we do that in real life, too.
Really? Like, a real trial? But the way you were talking about it and the words you used just now made it sound like some kind of story.
Well, good tales are often based on true stories, aren't they? And what you see in reality may also be someone deliberately putting on an act while harboring ulterior motives. Whether something is true or not simply isn't that important. The main thing is whether the story being acted out on the stage is splendid enough.
Public trials these days are like streamer drama. Actually, did you see? Apparently, so Netflix did documentary on the Johnny Depp trial, and apparently they used Asmongold clips in the fucking documentary. That's so funny. I want to watch it just for that. I want to see I want to see how did they pay him, probably, or maybe they just asked for permission. You just saw the documentary, did you? It's a pretty bad documentary, and yeah, Asmongold in it. Oh my god, I wasn't sure if it was a meme or not. I want to watch just the bits where Asmongold is like, his clips are in it, just because of like how ridiculous that is.
Oh, but it looks like you're not from around here. You probably don't know that the Fontaine Court of Justice is called the Opera Epiclese, or more commonly known as just the Opera House.
It's an opera house for a court.
But, shouldn't court cases be treated a little more seriously than that? Not to question Fontaine's way of doing things. It's just that putting someone on trial is usually a very serious thing.
What's the bet that we're gonna be put on trial at some point in the story? We're definitely getting put on trial.
No worries. Other visitors to Fontaine have wondered the same thing. You could say that we just don't want to waste the moving stories behind those cases. And as for your worries about whether the cases are treated with due reverence, we have the absolutely just and honorable Chief Justice Neuvillette, as well as the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, a machine created by the Archon.
The
Between the
fucking
machine
what?
and the Chief Justice, false charges and injustice are a thing of the past now.
So they have, instead of like the Akasha where they have like the internet, they have a robot that is a judge. I see. I wouldn't have been interesting if they hired like people with French accents for the voice acting. That would have been interesting. A judgment device created by the Archon.
Oratrice? Is it some kind of machine too? Oh, Paimon's curious. We should check it out if we get the chance. Wait, Paimon
We're
almost
probably
forgot
not allowed to
ask
just
you a
check it
question.
out.
Do you know what we should do if we want to meet the Hydro Archon?
Oh, that's easy. Just go to the Opera House. Lady Farina practically lives there. You could definitely say it's her biggest passion.
Huh. I think what they mean is that they wish to speak with the Archon personally. In that case, I'm afraid it's going to be a tad more difficult. You'll have to make an appointment well in advance, and it'll depend on whether or not she has any time slots available.
An appointment? To see someone important? Impossible. What are they talking about, this nonsense? Why can't I just walk straight in?
Huh. Is the Hydro Archon super busy taking care of official stuff? Wait, didn't you say that she's always at the Opera House?
Yeah. Is it so foreign to us to think the Archon actually does something in their country? We've seen Nahida is super busy these days taking care of Sumeru, and Raiden Shogun. Well, actually, she's not that much because she delegates everything, but still.
No. Lady Farina seldom takes an interest with the nation's affairs. The reason it's difficult to make an appointment is simply because she's incredibly popular.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. She's the goddess of the land.
That's right. After all, she is the Archon. Though she may tend to get a little dramatic from time to time, people can't get enough of her.
Huh. First time Paimon's ever heard of an Archon being described that way before. Wait! Paimon gets now! The Hydro Archon is kinda like a big celebrity here, right?
Yeah, I suppose you could say that. Perhaps you could even say our mascot.
Wow, imagine calling your goddess the mascot. that's sad. And to be fair, first god you meet is a hobo, second retires when you get there, third is gone and leaves a puppet to do her work, and the fourth is imprisoned. Yeah, we have a bad track record for meeting Archons. Hi, Katie. Fontaine hype, let's go.
Hang on. This is still Fontaine's Archon you're talking about. You should show some more respect.
Yeah, you should show it. It's a fucking goddess, and you're saying a mask.
Yes, you're right. I guess I should at least try to be a little more respectful in front of visitors. Otherwise, I might get arrested and find myself face to face with Monsieur Neuvillette.
Come on. Sure, there's a lot of laws here, but nobody's going to be arrested for saying something disrespectful about the Hydro Archon.
They really like her, but they don't revere her as a god.
Alright, I think we get it. Thank you! At least we now know that we can find the Hydro Archon at the Opera House. But who knows how long making an appointment will take?
It's fine, we'll just walk in.
Guess we could have a look around the city in the meantime. Hey! What are you looking over there for?
We're being a creep and looking at the person over there. There's a girl over there. I must
Maybe
stare at
something's the
them.
matter. She isn't going to jump into the water, is she?
Why not? Go for a swim?
Maybe we better go check on her.
The accents, yeah. You've been playing for 8 hours and you're still not finished with story? Because you're getting sidetracked all the time? Yeah, that's why I didn't spend much time like just chatting at the start. I jumped more or less straight into the game.
Hello there. Excuse me. Are you alright?
Huh? I'm fine. Thanks.
Oh, okay then. We just noticed that you seem to be worried about something.
I like how every time we go to a new country, we just butt our like noses into everything.
About many things, actually. But there's nothing I can do but just keep my troubles to myself. I was just reminiscing about a place my brother and I would play when we were kids. It was just atop that hill over there. See?
You're pointing at the sea. Wait, are you saying that you and your brother lived in the water?
Maybe they're mermaids. Okay, sure. You're a little fatigued, so you're gonna go to bed. Okay, Fad. Have a good sleep. Good night, though. Buonanotte.
No people call the waters around Fontaine a sea. It's actually just an inland lake that's filled with fresh water.
Oh, so we're on a lake.
And no, I can still see that hill clearly in my memories. Now, it's been completely submerged. He would skip and jump, tossing sand in the wind. The sun shone brightly, and the air was filled with the scent of the sea. But now, the water is gradually swallowing our memories. It won't be long before it swallows us.
Well, she's a ball of fun.
Sorry. Paimon doesn't really get what you mean.
Well, clearly they have a flooding problem.
I don't believe we've had the pleasure of meeting. Are you Lynette's new friends?
Sure, we're best friends. I didn't even know her name till you said it.
Oh, and you are?
Thanks for looking after my sister. She often comes here to reminisce about our childhood, that's all. There's no need for any concern. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Linny, and this is my sister Lynette. If I had to guess, I'd say you must be travelers from abroad.
You don't like him? Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of him. That's why I didn't intend to roll for him.
Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. We just arrived in Fontaine. We were just talking with your sister. Even though we didn't really get what she was saying.
Did I get my free Lynette? Is there a free Lynette?
I see. It's unusual for Lynette to be so willing to talk with anyone. In fact, she seldom speaks at all. I'm usually the only one she ever talks to.
Oh, really? Then you two are just like us. Paimon's always the one talking for some reason.
For some reason. You don't shut up. You always steal my lines.
So that's how you think it is?
Yeah, stop talking,
I
please.
also think my brother can be too talkative at times.
Oh, see.
Seems you were right, Paimon. We are quite similar.
So, what did Lynette mean just now when she said that the water is engulfing your memories? And that it won't be long before it engulfs you too?
Oh, that. It's from a prophecy that's been circulating in Fontaine for some time now. Well, I suppose prophecy isn't exactly the right word, because that implies a certain amount of uncertainty. There's no doubt about what's happening in Fontaine now.
What is happening? What is the crisis that we're here to
Where
fix?
to begin? Let's put that question on hold for a moment.
Okay.
We still haven't formally greeted each other yet, have we?
Did we not?
Did all the introductions earlier not count?
Yeah, it is. That's what I thought too.
Hello, traveler.
Hello, Lenny.
And hello, Paimon.
Hey! Why didn't Paimon get a handshake? You're not poking fun at Paimon, are you?
Please, don't take offense. Just consider it a sort of etiquette we have here in Fontaine when making new friends. You should remember it. It might prove useful.
Oh, all right then. Well, Paimon's just happy to have a local friend now. By the way, we were just getting ready to go to the Opera House to meet the Hydro Archon. Would you be able to show us the way?
Just
So you're going to
casually.
see Lady Farina? No problem at all. In fact, I was planning to go to the Opera House later myself. I'll gladly take you once I finish things here. Please, follow me.
We've been hanging out, talking so long, the sun is set. Pretty sad. Oh.
You said you were going to see Lady Farina? Well, it seems Lady Farina has come to see you.
Oh, what? Huh? Oh. It's her. I might roll on her whenever she comes out. Oh shit, she actually did. She came to see us?
So, she's the Hydro Archon? But how did she know we were looking for her?
Well, I mean, she might have just been here by coincidence. There's no guarantee she's here for us.
My dear people, rich and poor, those with cup in hand and those with nothing at all, raise your glasses in celebration. If you don't have one, then just raise your hand in lieu.
Nobody has one.
As you can all see, two unfamiliar travelers have
she actually
arrived
did.
in our nation.
She came to
Come,
the meet
let
us.
us make a toast in honor of this traveler and her companion, who have journeyed here from distant lands.
Cool eyes? Yeah.
Is she talking about us?
Probably? Nobody here has a glass. Yeah, I don't know if anyone was
I've long
expecting
heard
it.
of the turmoil and chaos you've left in your wake as you visited other nations. But I welcome you nevertheless.
Oh,
No,
finally, some
I have come
recognition.
to receive you personally.
When was the last time we got some recognition for all the chaos we caused in other nations? Finally, someone recognizes our deeds.
Fear is for insignificant cowards. I am a god, and I will never entertain the notion of such meaningless wariness. you can be rest assured. I see clearly your sincerity.
They really kind of gave up on lip syncing, haven't they? I remember they used to at least try. I feel like they don't try anymore. I fucked up 4 countries. That's what it took for someone to know your name ahead of time? Yeah.
Of course, seeking an audience with me is the most sensible thing to do. It will allow you to truly behold my power and witness my authority. Intelligent people always gather under the correct banner.
Thinking about it. The person we saw when we were talking to Dea, did he warn her that we were coming? Maybe.
I, Focalor, hereby welcome you to the nation of Hydro and acknowledge the value and significance of your trip.
What a
Now,
snitch, yeah.
You may rejoice in this.
Well, yeah, finding her was pretty easy.
Yeah, Paimon still can't believe it. Feels like we've only been here for a few minutes. But the Hydro Archon's entrance was, how should Paimon describe it? A little over the top?
Well, we were warned she was eccentric.
Miss Hydro Archon? How did you know we were coming?
I see. As Outlanders, you inevitably lack even some of the most basic understanding. Don't forget that even the gods can be divided into the mediocre and the excellent. I suppose it's only natural for you to be awestruck by my abilities.
The dude literally told you.
You had best stop and consider. Do you really have the noble qualities and etiquette necessary to communicate with a god? All it takes
there he
a
is.
flip
That's the
of my
dude.
finger for me to know everything about you.
He's right there.
Whoa, talk about sounding high and mighty.
Can't get over herself, yeah. Girlie, they just came from a god of all the knowledge of the world. Yeah, and before that, we were like with 2 of the strongest fighters in like all of the Archon wars. Like, come on. Get out of here.
Oh? What's with these looks? Perhaps the welcoming ceremony still isn't enough? What else should I say then?
Is she waiting for us to start talking?
Wow, I didn't expect to see Lady Farina here. What a surprise! Wait, does this mean they're the legendary blonde traveler? How did I not notice before?
Goddamn, everybody knows us now?
Hey, what's all the commotion? Oh, is that Lady Farina? Is there some kind of drama going on?
What the fuck is that guy in the left wearing? What the fuck is that? That's so stupid.
Of course. That's the blonde traveler. The one all those stories are about. Lady Farina came here to personally see her. Oh, I bet this is going to be the duel of the century.
A duel? Does she want to fight me?
Ooh, I've got to see this. I knew Lady Farina would never disappoint.
I've literally fought against Raiden. I don't think she would be a problem in a fight, to be honest.
Yes, but don't get too excited now. My dear believers and spectators alike tend to get quite rowdy, and despite the noise, I've come to tolerate all their ruckus. You may consider this my reward to all of you. I have determined that there will be an epic duel between myself and this traveler from another land, just as you were hoping to see.
Oh, okay, she wants to duel. Let me get my cards out. Play some TCG. There's gonna be some added conditions to favor, always.
Now she wants to fight? Aren't we getting a little ahead of ourselves?
Fighting gods? I got a recipe. Yeah, I didn't think so. It's not a fight duel. It's a card game. Let's play some cards.
Are you not afraid? Might I remind you that this is a duel against the divine?
What are you trying to do, traveler? Provoking a god in front of her people?
She challenged me.
Stand down, Clorend. I admire her bravery. Few have the courage to draw their sword against a god. She is obviously a true warrior.
I like Lily and Lynette are just like chilling right next to us.
Unfortunately, people nowadays only crave to be thrilled, and a mere duel will not slake their thirst for excitement.
Oh, she's fucking backing out. She's like, oh, no one would care anyway.
Oh, yeah, she's right. Just a duel wouldn't be all that interesting.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
On Araneus, criminals are always requesting duels to defend their honor. I'm getting a bit old, to tell the truth.
You see, then as the god of justice, I shall face this traveler in another kind of duel. A duel in court!
So what, I gotta get a lawyer, or...?
All right! Now
Wow.
that'll be worth seeing!
Right. This is Fontaine, after all. Such a grand opera house, it would be a pity not to use it.
Why do you care so much about the crowd's reactions? Seems you've spent a little too much time in the opera house. Besides, how exactly do you plan to have a duel in court? You mean you're going to put us on trial?
And we haven't committed any crimes. We just got here. Maybe we didn't fill out the proper paperwork. Pretty sure most players would have more money than the entire country. A trial wouldn't work either.
Oh, we have reason to put you on trial. It's obvious, isn't it?
Is it because I drew my sword?
According to Fontaine law, no one is permitted to release any flying objects within Fontaine city limits during the first 3 days of each month. You are clearly guilty of violating this law, no?
If they about to say Paimon is a floating object.
Oh, so that's what they've done wrong. That's our Lady Farina. No one knows the laws of Fontaine like she does.
You call that obvious? What kind of law is that? Wait, flying object? You mean Paimon?
I'm pretty sure Paimon's not an object.
Precisely! Now, if you two have no
I can't believe they're
objections,
objectifying
then, in the
Paimon.
name of the Hydro Archon, I order your arrest.
My apologies, Lady Farina. I don't mean to spoil the fun, but if you would allow me to interject, I don't think that Paimon here meets the definition of a flying object.
Yeah.
You tell her, Linny! Finally someone who's not crazy. How could anyone call Paimon a flying object?
Ah, great magician Linny, my beloved citizen. I'll permit you to object, but how exactly do you plan to
Object.
prove your claim?
As a magician who just rained on your parade, I naturally should shoulder the responsibility of saving the show. So, with such an audience gathered here, allow me to perform a trick for everyone.
This country, weird.
Ta-da!
What's that on Paimon's back? Hey, when did you do that?
Is everyone just constantly drunk? Yeah, I don't know what's happening. Oh. Fucking echo flashback, hang on. This was like 5 minutes ago. I don't need a flashback game, thank you.
There. As you can all clearly see, Paimon should be classified as, well, something like a balloon. This rope has been in the traveler's hand all along. It was just that no one could see it before.
This is a terrible argument. What?
You call that magic? You've got to be joking.
If this works, I swear to Christ.
I thought it was pretty good. Nice one.
Huh. I'm not sure what to think. It seems Lady Farina's charges no longer hold water.
Wow.
Amusing. Very amusing, Linny. Just the sort of unexpected twist that I enjoy. With you here, today's performance can finally be called complete.
I am just baffled.
You see all this as a performance?
In which case, consider the matter of your trial resolved. The god of justice will not bring charges against an innocent person. But when there are valid grounds, I will not only judge travelers from abroad, but even the gods of other lands.
Try it.
I look forward to seeing your upcoming performance at the Opera House, Mr. Linny and Miss Lynette. That's enough for now. Toodaloo!
Pretty sure any other god could bend their hat backwards.
And just like that, she's gone. Well, that's the most unpredictable Archon Paimon's ever seen. He never even had a chance to ask her anything. But that's a problem for future Paimon. That whole scene just now was really...
Yeah, I don't know if she's gonna answer the questions that we have for her.
Don't mention it. I just happened to remember that there was such a law, so I did a little preparation, just in case. I didn't think it would actually come in handy. So, now do you see what kind of god Lady Farina is?
She crazy.
She can be a bit confusing at times, but she is still amenable to reason.
Yeah, confusing is a good way to put it.
Anyway,
She's
Paimon has no
kind
idea
of
you were
weird.
a magician, Linny. It sounded like you'll be performing at the Opera House, right?
I just know a few simple tricks I use to make a living. Lynette is my assistant. It will actually be my first time performing on the most prestigious stage in Fontaine, the Opera House.
But
Wow.
isn't the Opera House where criminal trials are held in Fontaine?
It can be more than one thing.
When there are no public trials being held, the Opera House hosts a variety of other performances.
It's a variety.
To the people of Fontaine, the line between a trial and a performance can be a little blurred. And speaking of performances, I would be remiss to forego this opportunity gifted by fate. Might I invite the two of you to see my performance?
Sure.
My brother's always excited to make new friends.
Oh, sure. We don't really have anything to do now, and we wanted to go to the Opera House anyway.
Splendid. In that case, why don't we go together? I'll show you the way. I just have something to take care of first.
What do you need to do?
You really mean it? Then I'll take you up on your offer. This is a magical item known as a magic pocket. Perhaps you can help me distribute them to the people here.
Huh?
We
What
gotta
are they
do some
going to use it
advertising for him.
About that... You asked me before about the prophecy, right? Let me start by telling you a little more about what it entails. I'm not sure exactly when it began, but a prophecy has been circulating around Fontaine. It says that every person in Fontaine is born with sin. No matter how the nation of justice holds trial after trial, this sin cannot be absolved. Until one day, the water levels in Fontaine will rise, and the sinful people will slowly be drowned.
Lovely.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
What a lovely prophecy. FF10? I don't think so.
That sounds pretty gloomy. Why are people in Fontaine born with sin? What is that supposed to mean?
There are lots of guesses. Some say that the ancestors of Fontaine stole the power of the seas and stirred its wrath. Others say that the people of Fontaine never heeded the first Hydro Archon's warnings and offended Celestia. But here in Fontaine, evidence is what matters. There hasn't been concrete evidence for any of these claims, so they can only be regarded as conjecture.
I mean, it does sound like Celestia would do.
Even the people in Fontaine don't know what sin they committed. Wouldn't it be better just to ignore the prophecy completely? Why bother feeling guilty all the time?
That's exactly what the people did at first. But in the last few years, the water levels in Fontaine have actually started rising.
Many places have already been completely submerged, and now lie beneath the sea.
Many people carry on with their lives as before and shrug it off as a natural phenomenon. But my family and I think that the people of Fontaine shouldn't ignore the possibility, which would end up sentencing them to death. We hope that at least the people who reside near the
Global
waterfront
warming?
can
Yeah,
move
could
away
be.
before it's too late. So, we've started distributing magic pockets to them. As a magical item, these magic pockets have astonishing capacity. I'm sure they will come in handy when people are moving their belongings.
It's bigger on the inside.
Paimon gets it! It's like preparing for a rainy day! But this is more than a bit of rain.
Yeah.
Perhaps only absolute power could ever contend with such a catastrophe. But who knows? We're just tiny specks in the grand scheme of things. Now, if you'd like to help, then please give these magic pockets to anyone nearby. Be sure to convince them to take it, regardless of what they say.
Just force it upon them. God damn, that water is loud. You returned to a cake? Nice. So that reminds me, I forgot my cake at the office again.
What's this? So you also believe in the prophecy. Keep it. I won't have any use for it.
What?
That's just,
You
what do you
mean
mean?
you
It's a
don't believe in the
fucking
prophecy?
bag that's bigger on the
No,
inside.
I believe in the prophecy. But I also believe in another story. The story says that people once lived in the ocean. They were one with the ocean and couldn't live apart from it. But as time wore on, people desired to live on land and developed blood vessels, encapsulating the sea within their bodies. Thus could people set foot on land.
So they didn't have
So,
blood vessels
If you
before?
ask me, when the water rises and takes us all, it'll be like we're going home.
Oh, we hadn't heard that one before. But people can't live underwater. They'll die. You should probably still take it.
He wants to return to being fish.
All right, I'll take it. I guess I just feel that being dissolved into the water doesn't necessarily mean death.
Being dissolved does not mean death. Are you sure about that, dude? Oh, don't throw food at me. It's dangerous.
So you're the blonde traveler that everyone's been talking about. My apologies for not recognizing you earlier.
I mean, you can't assume every blonde person you meet is the
A
traveler.
magic pocket? Seems you really thought of everything. I guess it's better to prepare for the worst and hope for the best. Thanks. Please, also thank the magician on my behalf when you get the chance.
The magician. didn't make it. They call you the postman?
Huh? I don't want that thing. Way I see it, if the prophecy's true, it's still gonna be a long time before the water can cover everything. Life is all about living in the moment. What use is there in worrying about the future all the time? We'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
You should still take it.
Doesn't
You
seem
never
like
know
a
when it'll come in
great
handy.
point of view for a captain of a
alright,
ship.
Fine. Thanks. It's just that if I
Can't
start
just wing
moving,
it.
that means I've already given up on the life I have now. I'd really rather not.
Where is there is.
Oh, you already handed out all of the magic pockets? That was fast. So, what did people have to say? I bet you heard some interesting opinions.
What, no one believes in the crazy prophecy? No, it's not that crazy.
Yes, but that will change once disaster strikes. I know they'll change their minds, so it's only right to help them prepare.
It's literally like global warming. Is that what they're trying to...
Anything else you need to do before we leave?
Yes, one last thing. I have the magic
Comment
pockets
on?
made by a workshop in the court of Fontaine. Since we're out and about, I was thinking about bringing him some more materials.
So, you want to collect materials? Just tell us what the materials look like and we'll help. Many hands make light work.
Oh, that would be much appreciated. We'll need some Romaritime flowers. I remember seeing them near the waterfront on the east side of the harbor.
You can't believe Poya Labs would bring the woke agenda into your game. Did you hear? I don't know how true it is, but I saw a couple of videos talking about it. But apparently the Korean community for the game was giving out about Lenny being a femboy, which I just found really confusing. Because, like, K-pop stars are really popular there. You know? It's just a bit questionable. Did they forget about the poster boy Venti? I know. It's like, what? Why would they give out about Lenny?
It seems we have to use Hydro to collect Romaritime flowers. Positions. Yeah.
Easy does it. You can understand giving out because he's a man, not because he's a femboy. Yeah, but apparently that's what they were giving out about. Allegedly.
You made quick work of that. I can tell you're an experienced traveler. I've also finished collecting a few here. Maybe next time you'll feel like helping too, Lynette.
No way. I'm in power-saving mode today. Otherwise, I fear I may not have any energy left for the performance at the Opera House.
That's such a mood, honestly. I'm much more connecting with Lynette already.
Fine. Though the performance is still a long way off. Now that we're finished here, we should get ready to head back to the court of Fontaine.
So, we're going to the court of Fontaine before we head to the Opera House? Good. Paimon wants a tour of Fontaine's largest city and try...
Oh. Okay. Bye.
Wait, shh. Have you noticed that person over there? The young girl.
No, I thought we were just talking.
What's wrong with her? Paimon didn't notice anything.
What is the problem?
She's obviously a thief.
Oh,
Magicians and thieves practice similar methods. We divert attention, and a distracted audience is one that won't discover what you're really doing. Watch her movements carefully.
Oh, he's right!
Shh, keep your voice down. We need to think of a way to catch her, but it seems she's very alert. Perhaps we should split up.
what do you mean we need to think of a way to catch her? Just go and grab her.
You two can
Like,
ride
what
the
the
lift
fuck?
over there and wait up top.
We're a
bet
seasoned
that'll be her
adventurer.
escape
There's
route if
no
she
way
tries
she's
to
getting
run.
away if I chase her.
All right, let's go.
So when are the Fatui gonna show up? Eventually. Go to the top of the lift to cut off her escape. Not riding the elevator again. Don't be ridiculous.
This is the spot where Linny wanted us to wait. Oh, look! Isn't that her?
Time for the arrest.
Oh no! Did she notice us? She started running the other direction! What should we do? Should we chase her?
Our job is to block the path.
Right! She might also be trying to lure us away!
Very inconspicuous.
Nothing's happened for a while now. Paimon wonders if Linny caught the thief.
Probably not.
Yeah, let's go!
Otherwise he would have said.
Are you sure that's all she took? You should check to make sure you're not missing anything else.
No, that was all. Oh, I can't thank you enough. I didn't notice a thing earlier. Anyway, I should be going now. Thanks again.
Oh, were you returning what the thief had stolen?
That's right. Pity I wasn't able to catch her. She distracted me by dropping the thing she stole on the ground. By the time I looked back, she was already gone.
I saw the general direction she went, but Linny twisted his ankle, and I needed to make sure he was okay.
Oh,
God damn it,
did you
Linny.
get hurt, Linny?
I'll be all right. It's just a twisted ankle, that's all. In fact, it's feeling better already.
If you want to play at being a hero, at least try not to get hurt doing it. Imagine what would happen if you managed to derail our performance as a result.
You're right, you're right. Sorry, Lynette. I have to admit that the thief was even more skilled than I had anticipated. But at least we were able to get the stolen items back, so it wasn't a complete failure.
What a slippery little thief! Guess things turned out alright in the end, though. Linny's initiative paid off!
All right, let's put this little detour behind us. We should go to the court of Fontaine now.
Oh my god, we're leaving the port finally? Is it happening?
So, we ride this thing to go into the city? What an ingenious way to get around! People in Fontaine really know how to use water!
1 hour,
This is
20
an
minutes in, we get to
aquabus.
go to a new
It allows
area.
people to
Yes,
travel
sir.
between several key locations around Fontaine. It's pretty convenient, but the ride can become a little dull after a while. The scenery is always the same. That's
We're
why
getting
it's
the
better to
bus.
travel with friends.
So you mean it's still boring even when I'm riding with you?
No, that's not what I meant. It's just that, well, you don't really talk that much.
Wow.
Besides, it doesn't really feel like a real
She's
trip
trying
when it's
her
just
best,
the two of us.
okay?
It's the same as being at home.
Whatever.
older brother.
It's about time for us to leave.
Oh, it's her. What was her name again? The reporter.
Huh?
What?
Charlotte.
Traveler! Paimon!
Charlotte!
Oh, I never guessed I'd bump into you all riding the aquabus. In the store. What are you doing in Fontaine?
Oops.
I didn't hear anything about you paying us a visit.
Yeah, it's quite the coincidence. But as travelers, we're always on the move. It's not surprising that nobody knew we were coming. Though we still have no idea how the Hydro Archon knew about us. Oh, let Paimon introduce you to our new friends.
Oh, no need for introductions, Paimon.
You had a different dialogue? Well, we met in an event before.
Anywhere. I wouldn't be much of a reporter if I didn't know who they were. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Charlotte, a reporter for the Steambird.
Nice to meet you. From the Steambird, huh? We've often relied on your paper to promote our performances.
Fucking hell.
an honor to meet
I'm
you.
dying here.
Now that everyone knows each other,
Oh, there's a big
Fontaine
tower in the
suddenly
background.
doesn't feel like such an unfamiliar place. So, what have you been up to lately, Charlotte? Any big news?
Not too much. When there isn't any breaking news, I mainly cover the trials at the Opera House. You can still manage to keep readers' attention as long as you tell things from a clever enough angle, even if it's the same old topics. For example, reporting on how a scammer once deceived vulnerable girls into relationships, or how a financial criminal was once so poor that they ate a single piece of bread for 5 days.
I think I saw those on Netflix.
You're right. Seems you know me pretty well. What I'm really after is exclusive, sensational news pieces that could shake the country. These smaller stories are a waste
Crystal
of my
Tower.
talents. Oh, I just remembered. I've been following a case lately. Well,
Have you finished
a
that yet,
series of
Fyodor?
cases, actually.
You mean the serial disappearances of young women case?
That's
That's
not a
right.
very
These
interesting
stories
name for
are
a
the talk
case.
of the town right now, and it's probably the most mysterious case we've ever seen. If I'm the first with a draft ready to publish when the case is finally cracked, and it's the headline story in the Steambird, oh, when that happens, I bet all the other reporters will shed tears of envy. I've already gathered all kinds of materials. I just can't wait for the truth to be revealed.
So, what is the serial disappearances of young women case? You mean the culprit hasn't been found?
That's right. The first missing girl case happened almost 20 years ago. And ever
20
since,
years,
after a period
Jesus.
of time, another girl disappears. What the cases have in common is that the girls are all of a similar age, and that they've all vanished without a trace. But the scariest part is that to this day, none of the girls have ever been found. Many suspects have been arrested over the years in connection with this case, but shortly after each arrest, another disappearance would always happen.
Copycat criminals,
Yes, it's possible.
perhaps.
But either way, I believe that every case has some precise truth behind it, waiting to be exposed.
Yes, I agree. And at the very least, the family of those missing girls deserves some sort of explanation. I just imagined for a second what I would do if Lynette were to suddenly disappear. I'd pay any price to get her back, and then find a way to track down the culprit.
Please don't imagine that, Lenny.
You continue talking on the bus. Before you know it, you're at your destination.
Hey, we're almost there! Look!
It's a pretty cool looking place, gotta admit. Got that depth of field going on.
Well, I really enjoyed chatting with you. Life should be full of pleasant little surprises like this.
Yeah, us as well. The ride went by too quickly.
It seems like
I have
it
an
wouldn't
interview
have
to get
gone
to.
by quickly.
I should get going before I'm late.
Okay, Paimon hopes we can chat again soon, Charlotte. See ya!
Bye now. Oh, be sure to stop by and see me at the Steambird when you have time.
What a tough job. Always running around and interviewing everyone. Well, where should we go now?
If you don't mind, how about we stop by my home first? Besides, I still have all the materials we collected.
Sure.
What? Those
we
two
wouldn't mind at
sentences
all.
don't go together.
This city is so huge, Paimon wouldn't know where to start anyway.
Oh my god, we're in Charlian. Imagine he needs to put the mats away. No, I mean maybe, but that's not what he said. It's a pretty big looking place. Oh, I fell in the fountain. Where's the statue of the seven? Oh, it's on the other side of town. The first city that actually looks like a city? Are you telling me that Sumeru doesn't look like a city? Disgraceful. Oh, this street is pretty packed. Let's see. Zhangdong Harbor was pretty big. Zhangdong Harbor. Liwa Harbor. Oh. I swear, these like blacksmiths get an upgrade every time. Teleport waypoint, teleport waypoint. I climb on the door. Oh shit. Damn, Catherine. That's a pretty nice place you got.
Ad Astra Abyssosk. Welcome to the Adventurers Guild.
Can I now explore Fontaine? Wow. I can get eggs. Amazing. Why does she speak Latin? Why not? She looks so small behind the counter, yeah.
Ad Astra.
House of Curiosities. She ain't got nothing for me. Oh.
Time itself is a silent song.
It's a pretty cool city, though. I like it. Oh, and there's a direct way down to where we were. Do I just keep going in a circle? Eventually I get to the top? Is that how the city works? Hi Nala, hello sweetums. Hello, there you are. Precious bean. The music doesn't feel very Genshin. What is the music changes every region? We are now in the France, so music is French. What is this? Oh, it's a hotel. We found where we're gonna be staying. This is our place. Oh fuck, this is fancy. Holy shit. Hi, hi. This is the hotel, the board. Tell me about the performances. If I had to recommend something, the magic show. Oh, okay. Yeah. We'll be seeing the magic show. It's fine. Can I afford it? I'm sure someone's gonna pay for me to stay here. It's pretty nice. You know, we've already got connections, you know? Why so many people wear this dumbass shirt? What is with that? It's such an ugly, like, crappy child sailor shirt. Is what it looks like. Don't trust anyone that pays for your stay at a hotel. They'll try to arrest you. Everyone's gonna try to arrest me in this place. I seem to be at a dead end here. Oh, is that the reputation lady? Are you talking to me? I didn't see you there. Are you here to accept the commission regarding Tales of Humanity? What is that? One of the primary reasons of establishing our newspaper was to ensure... Oh, this is the Steambird place. It's the Steambird. Your experience listeners, additionally... In other words, we'll trouble you somewhat. Fret not, we'll find... What? Huh. Okay. Treasure? No treasure? Well, it doesn't seem I was able to just walk to get to the top. Maybe you have to take an elevator of some kind. Like you said you took. Would be cool if opening random chests in the city got you in trouble. Yeah, imagine. That fucking happened to me in Star Rail, actually. It wasn't chests, but you know the way you can just break random, like, crates and stuff? I was going around just breaking shit, and eventually some guard came up to me and, like... And tried to arrest me, and I had to fight him. I was like, what the fuck? Glad someone cares. Yeah, I knocked him on his ass though, so... Oh. Secret door. Oh. Oh. Oh, I survived somehow. That... Well then. I seem to have found the Bellabog underworld. More Elden Ring when? Why? Why would I put myself through such suffering? This place is interesting. I'm liking the vibe down here. What's the bet? We're gonna be like...
Show them.
You know, they're gonna try to arrest us. And then we're gonna have to hide out down here and start a resistance. This is... I'm totally getting those vibes. Oh, thank you for head pat and hydrate. Ridge. Not again. Yeah, it's always happening where we have to go on the run from the law, the authorities. Happens to every time. I think it has happened every time, bar Mondstadt, actually. We got to Liyue, and they chased us thinking we killed Zhongli. We got to Inazuma, and obviously the Vision Hunt decree, they came after us. And then in Sumeru, they came after us as well, and we had to flee to the desert. So it actually does happen every time, basically. So I would not be surprised if the law came after us again. And then probably the Fatui has something to do with it, as usual. If I were to wager. Oh, imagine climbing up this whole thing. Couldn't be me. One ladder down, all of the rest to go. I have TPs in town, yeah, but imagine doing that. That'd be crazy. When I can climb and fall to my death in a moment. It's very tiring work, you know? You know, the developers put this ladder in here, and I bet I'm the first person to use it. How many people do you think have used these ladders, huh? Probably not many. Someone's gotta be the brave person who climbs their way out of the sewer. Literally everyone with Lisa? That's probably fair. I haven't actually been checking if there's any treasure behind me. Wow. Is this the same way I came in? I think it is. Is this treasure? No. No treasure. Right, can I, like... Can I get to the Statue of the Seven? Is that a thing I can do? I think I can see it. The only conceivable way up would be through this yoke. Because there doesn't seem to be just a path. So perhaps I must take elevator. And elevator. Oh. There was options, several options I didn't actually see. I found it. After 6 years, I was exploring the city. Shut up, Theodore. Hate you. Always bullying me. Oh my god, we have most of the map completed already. I mean, if you think about it, the 4.0 patch has only got like this tiny bit. I suppose though, a lot of it's underwater exploration. Yeah, look at that. Can I go in here? Is that illegal? Am I allowed to just go in here without any bother? It seems to be some kind of library. I thought this was the opera house. Oh fuck, I'm like dying already. Wednesdays are tough, so I don't normally stream Wednesday. It's a really cool city design though, I really like it.
This is our current abode.
Suddenly daytime.
Ah, Fremine, you're home.
Fremine?
Where did everyone else go? I have some new friends that I would like to introduce.
Fremine.
Oh,
they all just went out a moment ago.
I see. Everyone is getting busier now that Father will be returning soon. I suppose
Father.
that can't be helped. Allow me to introduce you to my little brother, Fremine.
Oh,
He
they're
is
they're
a
all
phenomenal
siblings.
diver.
Hello.
Hello.
Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. Oh, you sound very proud to have a diver as a brother, Linny.
I mean, it's probably convenient. It's a very big family.
Linny, could you come here for a moment?
Don't know why you thought they were Fatui orphans.
What is it, Fremine? Do you have something to tell me?
Could be. You never know. They might be lying to us. Go on. You go talk to Femini.
Okay, I see.
Is everything all right?
Oh, it's nothing. We were just discussing a little housework. Sorry for the interruption.
Yeah, they're lying
Before I
to me.
forget, the Traveler and I collected more materials to make magic pockets. Were you able to get any, Fremine?
Yes, I went diving and gathered lots of materials. I was about to give them to you.
That's our Fremine, always quick with the underwater work. All right, I'll take these to the workshop.
I haven't been underwater yet. Oh, it's Wayne. Those Wayne.
Looks like rain.
Yeah, it's crazy.
You're right. But wasn't it clear and sunny just a moment ago? Fontaine's weather sure is weird.
It's fucking Ireland, isn't it? It's just like home. This is fine.
I'm afraid that's just how it is here. It often rains on days where there are trials being held in the Opera House, but don't worry, it'll clear up soon enough.
That's suspicious. Does it have to do with the fucking machine? We're gonna have to break the machine. The same way we broke the Akasha. Because it was taking everyone's dreams.
There's a legend about the rain that I tend to believe. It's said that a dragon of water once resided in Fontaine. Though we don't know where the dragon went, every time it weeps, the skies will cloud up and pour out rain. When I was a child, my mother told me that if I wanted to go outside and play, I should yell toward the sky at the top of my lungs. Hydro Dragon! Hydro Dragon! Don't cry!
Another one of the dragons of Teva.
If it's an elemental dragon, then having the power to make it rain wouldn't be very unusual. Let Paimon try something. Hydro Dragon, don't cry!
Doesn't seem to be of any use.
Imagine
it is
it
just a
worked.
legend after all.
You know, you might be a more popular magician if you understood the concept of romanticism. Or could at least play along.
Sorry, it might be because we've never met the Hydro Dragon. Perhaps it can't be comforted by the words of strangers. It rained for longer than I suspected. Oh, it's already getting late.
Was there something you needed to do, Linny?
Yeah, some preparations for the show at the Opera House. I need to find a way to catch the last aqua bus of the day. On the day of the performance, just ride the aqua bus to the island of Araneus. I'll have Lynette meet you at the fountain in front of the Opera House.
The island of Araneus. Araneus. Yeah. Nailed it. Hi, Zusi. How are you doing? Hope you're having a good Wednesday. Go ahead, Lenny.
Oh, Are you leaving now?
Yeah.
What is it,
We're all
Fremine? I'm in a
leaving.
hurry. Oh, I get it. You feel nervous delivering the materials for the magic pockets, is that it?
Fucking hell, it's so... I do Wednesdays. How am I? I'm tired. Streaming on a weekday takes a lot out of me.
Perhaps we could trouble the Traveler to help us take these materials to the Beaumont workshop and deliver them to the owner there? I'm afraid that Fremine can be quite introverted, and the boss there tends to be pretty talkative. Fremine has always been a little afraid of her.
No trouble at all! Don't worry, we're on the case!
Sorry for the inconvenience. I'm quite useless when it comes to such tasks. I'll think of a way to make it up to you.
Oh, no need! This'll be a walk in the park for us!
Yeah, we make friends with everybody. To the Beaumont workshop. Afraid of women, is that you, Theodore? Holy shit. That was savage.
No way! I'm not guessing.
You would have slept all day if you could? I wish I could. I was working all day today. Exhausted. I'm a sleepy bean. Given the pace of the story, I don't think I'm finishing the story today. It ain't happening.
Hello? Is there anyone here?
Wow, Moogie. I'll have you know, Nintendogs is a great game. I'll have you know. I love Nintendogs. I had at least 3 copies of it.
Oh, hello there. New customers? Looking to
Estelle.
buy, or do you need something made? Or perhaps you're just looking for a chat with me.
Is that an option? Can we just chat?
Oh no, we're just here to deliver some materials. Here they are. They're for making... what were they called again?
I'm playing modded Nintendogs right now. Yeah, that's what this is. I'm playing Nintendogs.
Ah, these must be for Magic Pockets. I could tell right away. I've already made several orders worth now.
Do we need to pay?
No need. They've already prepaid several batches worth. When they told me what they'd be using them for, I even offered them a discount.
Skill issue.
Wow. Hi, William.
But they insisted on paying the full amount, saying that I had a business to run. It seems both their hearts and their pockets are made of gold.
Whoa. So, is Lenny actually loaded?
I can't say for sure.
I mean, if he's
but
performing
who
at the
knows?
opera house,
Maybe
probably.
there's good money to be made being a magician in Fontaine.
Hey! Is this machine what you use to make stuff here? It looks
Reeks
really
of Fatui?
advanced.
Absolutely.
Why use your hands when a machine can do the work? It would be a waste not to use the latest technology. And wasting is a kind of crime.
Wow, the blacksmith in Inazuma would not like this place. At least Lenny isn't like Zhongli, where we have to pay for their things. True? More like Child, where he pays us, and then we hand over the money.
But where does a big machine like that get its
So
power
much better.
from?
Ah, well, it's a little complicated. I'm not sure I can put it in layman's terms for you. But basically, everything we usually use here in the city is powered by indemnitium. It's a type of energy that's produced from trials.
Oh, it's produced from... Look, I can already see where this is going. Everything points to the trials causing the floods. We gotta stop them doing all these trials. Turn off the big machine that does calculations to stop the end of the world. Or end of Fontaine, anyway. And then they're gonna lose their indemnitium. And they're gonna have to come up with some other way of powering their shit. Probably steam, because they got so much water everywhere. Or hydropower. Yeah, hydropower would be the way to go, probably. You're happy to pay for Zhongli any day? This is what is it? Findom? Steam is a great idea. Then they can trade heat with Natlan. Exactly. They should be neighbors.
Huh? How can trials produce energy?
Well, I'm not completely sure of all the details myself, but basically...
Magic.
When a trial is in session, the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale harvests people's belief in justice and converts it into energy to be used all around Fontaine.
Okay, hang on. Let me fucking try pronounce that fucking thing. Oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale. Okay, now all at once. Oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale. Fucking what the fuck? Who named this? That is quite the name for it. They're clearly not the most imaginative bunch, I'll be honest. That is quite something.
So that's what its other function is? Paimon heard that the Oratrice was created by the Archon to make judgments. But Paimon still doesn't get it. How could something unreliable like people's beliefs be turned into a stable power source for these machines?
Yeah, it's not unheard of, to be honest. Venti and Nita both said the gods rely on belief to obtain power.
Oh, yeah! So that means the Hydro Archon relies on the machine to take the energy created by belief and turn it into power for all of Fontaine, right?
We're just shouting this in front of everybody, by the way. This super secret info.
Even though I've never heard anyone really put it that way before, it sounds like it makes sense. Besides indemnitium, we have another type of energy called pneumosia.
Pneumosia?
It isn't produced by the power of the Archon, but it is unstable by nature. Even now, it still cannot be widely used by civilians.
It's nuclear power.
I thought I'd find you hard at work, but here you are chatting the day away.
Well,
Since
she's got a
you're
machine
already
to do her
talking,
work for.
I'm sure you wouldn't mind a few words with me.
What is the fucking mafia? Like, what is this?
You again? Didn't I already promise you that I'd have the more I owe to Confrérie of Cabriere by next month?
Confrérie of Cabriere? Do they have to have the full name of everything?
Yeah, but how do we know that you won't go running off by the end of this month? I want 50% today. Wait, no, 70%.
This mob is just looks like a bunch of miners. Like they just come from mining coal somewhere.
Huh? You...
Seems business isn't so great for the workshop. We've already finished our job and delivered the materials. Maybe now's a good time to leave?
Or we could poke our noses in it and kill some people.
Hey, hold on! Before you go around trying to collect payments, why don't you settle your own debts first?
Hi, Tartaglia. How's it going?
If Confrérie of Cabriere wants to poach clients from Northland Bank, that's fine.
It's been a
I'm
while.
afraid you still owe the bank a hefty sum of mora. So why don't we work things out between us first, before you get back to your little conversation here?
He has to be looking the other way.
You're from Northland Bank. But we said we'll pay everything we owe next month. Why are you hounding me now?
Wow. The loan sharks are getting harassed by the people they take their loans from.
Traveler, Paimon! I didn't think I'd run into you here in Fontaine. What are the chances?
We're best buds.
We're surprised to see you too. What are you doing here in Fontaine? You didn't want to stay in Snezhnaya?
He's probably got an assignment here to mess something up. I do like that we call him friend, though.
Long story short, I've already been in Fontaine for some time now, and honestly, things have been pretty boring. But it seems that fate brought our paths together today. Not only will I have some good friends here now, but ones who always seem to find trouble. Either way you look at it, it seems things are going to get a lot more interesting now.
Yeah, shit's about to kick off with us here,
Pretty
probably.
sure we'd want to avoid anything that you'd find interesting. Besides, our trip here has gone pretty well so far. Right, Traveler?
Well, now you've jinxed it, I suppose. Yeah.
Hey, you, Northland Bank boy. Aren't you forgetting something?
Excuse you, who do you think you're talking to?
Don't interrupt. It's not often I run into the Traveler like this. Why don't you wait for me over there for a while?
You kidding? Aren't you the one looking for us? You really expect us to sit and twiddle our thumbs while you catch up with your friends? Listen to me, boy. If you want Chamora, fine. Why don't you come and take it?
Dude. I can't even fathom the stupidity. Even if he doesn't know that, like, he's a fucking harbinger. Being honest, if I lived in this world, I would never pick a fight with someone that has a vision. That just seems like the dumbest decision you could possibly make. He's like, don't hound me right now. Gets ignored. Hey, why are you ignoring me? Yeah, I know.
Hey, I just said not to interrupt. Oh, by the way, Traveler, the last time I took Tonya and Tusser ice fishing, Tusser said...
Hey! That's way over the line! All right, boys! Let's see who has to pay up now!
This guy's got some major anger issues, I swear.
Can you at least let me finish one sentence? Fine. Though the bank told me not to get rough with our clients, you're the ones who started it. This is an act of self-defense. You two will have to be my witnesses, okay?
I mean, I can, if you don't want to get your hands dirty, I'll by all means. I haven't had a single fight since I got here. It's been pretty.
I'm sure this won't take long.
I wouldn't mind beating some people up. Oh, I suppose this will have to do.
Brace yourself. This is gonna hurt.
Just suddenly turns into
What's
me.
your deal, Brad? How are you so strong if you're just a staffer from Snezhnaya's Northland Bank? Wait, don't tell me you're...
He's a Fato.
Oh, now you notice. It's a little late, don't you think? Just make sure you understand that you don't mess with Northland Bank. Got it?
The law is gonna be a problem with this. Let him fight.
Huh?
Huh?
Now's my chance!
Yeah, dude. Calm your tits. Like, what the fuck?
Huh. That was weird.
What just happened?
I'm not sure. It's as if I suddenly lost control of my hydro powers when I needed them. Maybe there's something wrong with my vision?
Oh my god, she revoked your powers.
Strange. How could that happen? First time Paimon's ever heard of someone losing control of their vision.
Never mind. It doesn't matter. If I want to stay sharp, I shouldn't be relying too much on my vision anyway. Besides, I always have my delusion in case I need it.
You probably shouldn't use your delusion too much.
So what are you doing in Fontaine, child? And don't say it's work for Northland Bank.
Vision dysfunction is a serious problem. It happens to 1 in 3 men. Is that why there's so few men with visions in this game?
Well, I guess it's because I've been in a bad mood lately.
Oh, of course. Yeah, of course, John. It's okay.
Huh? What kind of reason is that? Wait, since when do you feel down about anything?
I don't know. Maybe I still have a lot to learn about myself. But recently, there seems to be some sort of restless power stirring inside of me. And I don't know why, but every now and then I feel like I'm in a terrible mood.
Do you want to have a duel? You seem to be in a better mood after we've had a fight. We can have a little sparring session.
Maybe you losing control of your vision just now is connected with that power you're feeling inside.
Well, visions are related to ambition. If he's losing his ambition, can he lose his vision?
That is a possibility.
Where it came from?
I can't remember if I ever mentioned it before, but when I was 14, I fell into some unknown
Happiness
abyss.
is the answer. You fell into some unknown abyss. Why is it gotta be unknown?
It was during that time I learned nearly all of my abilities. The one who took me under her wing and taught me was named Skirk.
What a crappy name. Skirk. He didn't pay his vision subscription.
She was always quiet and very mysterious. Nobody knew where she came from or what she had been through, and she was always very strict when teaching me combat techniques.
Why do all the Fatui harbingers have like some weird ass backstory?
One time, I asked her why she was willing to take me on as an apprentice. From what I could make of her answer, it was because I had awakened it, and traces of it remained on me. She said that all my combat training would be useful in the future.
But what is it? What did you awaken?
It.
She never explained that, but my guess is that it's related to a dream I saw when I had just fallen into that abyss. In my dream, I was in the deepest depths
That
of the
needs
sea,
to go to Specsavers,
and the boundless
yeah.
seabed was all around me. But in front of me appeared a whale that was so massive, I felt like I couldn't breathe.
So happens in gacha games, you have whales, they just fucking weighing them down. Isn't it a horror movie? It is a horror movie, yeah. I'm also thinking of that South Park episode with it.
A whale? Oh, that sounds familiar! When we fought against you before, you summoned a huge whale that seemed to leap at us. Is that the one?
He does do that, he does summon whales. Was enjoying the game until the whales show up and destroy everything. Yeah, that's how it goes. So what happened to Lost Ark? You know, all the whales showed up and now it's dead. The game died.
That's just an abstract form of a whale that I create using my elemental powers. It takes that shape because the scene I dreamt of the whale has always been stuck in my mind. I'll never forget it.
So you used the whale as inspiration for one of your moves? Huh. Seems a little twisted to Paimon.
It's very possible that the power inside you is connected to the abyss.
So why don't you just go ask your master? Maybe she knows the answer.
She probably disappeared.
You make it sound so easy. Ever since the incident I experienced there, I've never stopped searching for Master Skirk and that unknown abyss. But it's been years now, and I've still found nothing. There isn't even a trace of the place where I remember falling into the abyss.
Oh, it sounds like some kind of ghost story.
Yeah, I'm out of leads at this point, but there's nothing more I can do. It seems that strange encounters in this world tend to be elusive like that.
We could ask Nahida. I'm sure she probably has the inkling.
Oh, seems the time really flies when I'm talking with you. I just remembered I have somewhere else I need to be, so I should get going.
What? More work for the Northland Bank?
No, it's more of a personal appointment. Lately, I've been sparring with some of Fontaine's official champion duelists whenever I'm feeling bored.
Oh, he's cheating on me. He's dueling with other people. I can't believe this. It seems Irminsul doesn't actually know everything. Well, it doesn't know anything about the abyss, that's true. Forbidden knowledge and not whatnot. Like playing Halo with other people other than Samaj. Wow.
Official champion duelists? You mean it's their job to duel?
Yep. In Fontaine, before a criminal goes to court, they're given one chance to defend their honor by requesting a duel with an official champion duelist. The champion
Nice.
duelists are all-powerful fighters selected from among the nation's best. And the duel itself is a no-holds-barred fight with no specified stopping point. So engaging in such a duel is regarded as a symbol of defending your honor. If a criminal manages to win the duel, they'll be acquitted. But if they lose, they'll have no choice but to stand trial. And the worst-case scenario is that you're simply killed in the duel.
It could
Though
be
it's
worse.
rumored that Fontaine has a death penalty. From what I can tell, no one has ever been officially sentenced to death.
I mean, in Azuma, if you duel before the Shogun, you just die if you lose. Like 100% guaranteed. So basically, if you're strong, you can do whatever you want. Yeah, it's kind of like how in real life, the rich can get away with everything. Here, if you're a good fighter, you can get away with everything. It's just how it is, you know?
So really, the only people who opt to duel are those who have suffered a grave injustice in being accused, or those who greatly value their honor. Otherwise, why gamble with your life?
If you're just a good fighter, you know, might as well.
So, do many people actually get out of their trials by winning the duel?
Apparently, it's exceedingly rare for anyone to actually win. Fontaine probably enacted this system as a way to show that the nation respects the honor of its citizens. Besides, none of the champion duelists are to be trifled with, which is exactly why I was itching to face them as soon as I got to Fontaine.
Hi, Mary. How are you doing? I hope your evening is going good.
Apparently, the one I'm meeting today, Clorend, is the strongest of the champion duelists. I had been asking her for some time before she finally agreed to face me today.
Okay, can I come with and watch the duel?
Well, that's child for ya. Paimon feels like we heard that name somewhere before. Clorand.
She was the blue one. How's stream? Stream is good. It is good. I'm just a bit sleepy, but I'm enjoying game. What's Fyodor saying? I'm bullying you? Yes, of course. I'm allowed to bully you, Fyodor. It's been permitted.
Oh, before I forget, I want you to have this.
You're proud of me? Oh, thanks, Mama. I'm gonna keep bullying Fyodor just for you.
Huh? Your vision? You're seriously
Huh?
just giving it away?
He has one bit of issues with his vision, and he just gives it to me.
I'm just
okay.
worried that it could become uncontrollable again. I'd be pretty upset if it got in the way of my duel, so I think I'll be better off without it for now. Besides, I just need you to hold on to it for a short while. I'll come retrieve it when I have some time later.
I feel like this is a mistake.
Paimon knows what you're up to. You just want an excuse to come talk to us again, don't you?
Whatever gave you that idea? I'll be in touch later.
That sneaky guy. He said he's been feeling down lately, but he seemed
Pretty
the same as ever
sneaky.
to Paimon. Well, since we don't have much to do for now, we might as well walk around and see the city before Lenny's performance.
Personally, I would like to go see the duel more than the performance. Hi, Arthur. Good evening. How are you doing?
Who could have seen that coming? The reporter who was barely around for most of the story was the murderer all along!
Don't blur out the ending of the story, Paimon. Jesus Christ.
Sorry. Paimon was just surprised, that's all. Whew. Paimon never saw that twist coming. The murder mystery novels here are amazing!
How long have we been loitering in this store?
The whodunits here in Fontaine are a lot different than the light novels you see from Yai Publishing House. Both have their merits, but Paimon thinks this style of novels are more, well, novel.
Wow, I can't believe that she's saying proper, like, full novels are better than light novels. Unbelievable. Next she'll be saying manga are no good.
It's so exciting to reach the moment when the mystery is uncovered, especially in the one Paimon was just reading. You should buy a copy and read it too.
You just told me the ending.
Oh, sorry about that. Paimon will be more careful next time.
No, you won't be.
Hey, shouldn't we be heading to the opera house to see Linny's performance soon? It's almost time for the show to start, so we should get going. Linny said that the opera house is on Aranias, so let's go ride the aqua bus.
I'm gonna go catch the bus. Is there a quick way there? Can I just like climb right here? Can I just climb up? Maybe. There's the tower. The tower looks pretty cool. I'm gonna explore that sometime. Eventually. Oh, this is a bit awkward. What? Oh, there's a thingy. Did I get it? Hydroculus? I got my Hydroculus. Nice. Oh, give me. Okay, I got it. I got it.
An answer from this world?
Did they change the voice line? Like, did they re-record it or something? It sounded different. Stuck in the bush. Is this a dog? It could be. Ride the Navia line. God, it's like I'm in London. Gotta make sure I'm on the you know, the circle line.
Welcome to the court of Fontaine. Please watch your step.
Oh, I heard someone talking about the court. Wait for the bus. Cool story. Hop. Oh, jeez. Fucking watch your step getting on. Jesus Christ. How do you do? When does the bus leave? Immediately. Okay.
Welcome to the Navia line. I am Elfan. The boat will be departing.
This is nice. I like this music.
Please do not stick your head, hands, or other body parts outside the boat. The Aquabus operator is not responsible for any accidents or injuries resulting from doing so. Also, please remember to buy the Steambird, though I don't read it myself.
Waiting for public transport. Games are getting more and more realistic in all the wrong ways.
Tour is Aranias. Points of interest worth visiting include the Fountain of Lucine and the Opera Epiclese. If you look to the left in the direction we are currently traveling, you will see the famous Fontaine Research Institute up in the sky. An experiment gone wrong turned new sightseeing opportunity. Human ingenuity truly is a wondrous thing.
You don't sound very convinced. Cubes. Very much cubes. They have a broken bridge over there. They should probably fix that.
We are now approaching our final destination. Please be sure to bring all your personal belongings with you as you disembark. Even though I will take any forgotten items to the lost and found,
This doesn't look
the
very
paperwork
safe.
is
That's
rather
perfectly
annoying,
safe.
as Melusine hands are not suitable for grasping pens. Please be careful when disembarking. It has been my honor to be your tour guide this trip. Thank you.
You want Alphane as a playable character? Yeah, I like her voice. I wouldn't mind that. Why does Fontaine just seem like fake? It's so weird looking. Don't know how to describe. She sounds completely done with life and everyone's bullshit. Imagine being like your whole existence. It's just being a fucking aquabus, like, conductor. You can't leave. You can't go home. That's probably what her life is like. She lives on that bus. It's a really nice place they got here. It's the big tower thing, the big machine, you think? The big long name machine. You know, a bit interesting they decided to build the course so far away from the city. It's a device to receive energy from the moon.
Like
Is there even a moon? I thought they deleted the moon. It was taken out in the last update. Actually, speaking of things in the sky, oh, there it is. Celestia. I remember, people used to estimate that Celestia was like right above, Fontaine. Mainly because we thought Fontaine was like way over here somewhere. Yeah, it's still just as distant as ever. Oh, what a lovely sunset. Oh, it looks super cool over there with that arch and stuff. What's southeast of Fontaine? Water. And more Fontaine. I assume, like, they'll open up more Fontaine as time goes on?
Whoa! Now this is fancy! The Opera Epiclese. What a place to hold a performance! No wonder Linny and Lynette were looking forward to it.
Meow.
Huh. Looks like there's a lot of people standing around the fountain up ahead.
Oh, Archon, please bless us with a bright and healthy child. We pray.
I don't know why you always feel the need to ask so much. I'll be happy as long as our child is healthy and lives a peaceful life.
I guess if they're our kid, then there's no doubt they'll turn out smart.
Wow, full of themselves much?
Maybe this is one of the customs in Fontaine. There sure are a lot of couples here.
Vache.
Oh. Oceanid?
What's wrong?
Vache. Vache.
I'm having a fucking crisis here. What do you mean, no, Paimon didn't say.
No, Paimon didn't say anything. Are you hearing things?
Whose voice was that? It sounded like an Oceanid.
Welcome to the Fountain of Lucine. All the water flowing through Fontaine converges here. It's customary for newlyweds to come here and wish for children.
Lynette! You scared Paimon! When did you get here?
She's probably been here ages. They have a performance, don't they?
Lenny asked me to wait here for you, remember?
Right.
I seem to hear a faint voice just now. God, I'm just telling people I'm hearing voices.
What do you mean? There are a lot of people here right now.
It sounded like it was coming from the fountain.
Hey, you're not trying to scare Paimon, are you? Besides, it's the middle of the day. It's not the time for eerie things.
It's Oceanid.
I see.
They did say they
I might
they
be
had
able
to
to tell you
flee.
something that could help explain the voice you heard. In fact, you might not be imagining things at all. I suspect that what you heard is a result of your hypersensitivity to the hydro element. Others in my family have had similar experiences.
Calling it now, old Hydra Archon was bunked by the new one and is being used in some way to power the AI trial thing. I don't think so. I'm not convinced of that theory. I can't remember because my brain is not functional, but I'm pretty sure there was something about Oceanid having to flee Fontaine, or they had some disagreement with the Hydro Archon. Because the water was impure, like it was no longer pure, or something. And that's why there's one like in Liwa, for example, and there's some in Sumeru. I can't remember the exact lore. My face is no longer pure. My face is very pure, thank you. Mary handcrafted my face. Thank you very much. She said, or they said something about that during the Oceanid event. Yeah.
It's because of her sensitivity to the hydro element? But what would hearing a voice have to do with elemental power?
When do you cry, Paimon?
What?
Wait, what? What does that have to do with anything?
Just answer me. When do you cry?
All the time.
When Paimon's really sad? Oh, and when Paimon's super happy. Oh, and also when Paimon's really, really scared.
Then you should understand that tears contain your most intense emotions. Like I just mentioned, the Fountain of Lucine is where all the flowing water in Fontaine converges. Even the tears that fall to the ground will eventually gather here. So maybe what you heard was the intense emotion coming from someone's tears.
I'm not sure I buy that. It sounded distinctly like an Oceanid to me.
So, what did the voice say?
It's calling out somebody's name.
Huh. If you were hearing their emotions, then Paimon wonders what happened to them.
Rather than worrying about them, we should worry about my brother first.
Oh?
Don't let that calm look of his fool you. He tends to get pretty nervous just before a performance. So chatting with Linny might help him relax a little before he goes on stage.
Oh, right. That makes sense. Let's go in and see Linny.
Linny. Was there like a teleport waypoint around? Oh, I guess that was it. There's like a boss fight over there, apparently. Sleepy. Oh, he's just hanging out in an empty room.
Ah, Traveler and Paimon. Good to see you. I knew you two would come.
Are you kidding? We wouldn't miss it for the world. We've been looking forward to it.
I can tell, judging by how early you've arrived. But you're actually right on time. The audience still hasn't started entering the venue yet, which means now is the perfect chance for us to take you to the best seats in the house. Wait just a moment, I'll fetch the tickets. The Opera House has assigned seating, so you always have to make reservations. I've already reserved your seats, and here are your tickets.
Ooh, front row seats! Thanks, Linny!
Don't mention it. There's no need to keep thanking me.
Hey, Linny! Could you come over here and take a look at this?
Oh, I'll be right there. Seems there's an issue with the stage props over there. That's Cal, my assistant, calling me. I'll go lend him a hand.
Sure.
Yeah, we'll just go to our seats. You go ahead, Linny.
I'm sure he's gotta be very busy setting up for a performance. Can I go upstairs? He wants me to go downstairs, so I must go upstairs. Oh. I can. Nice. I assume that red seat over there in the distance is the Archon seat. He's doing his pre-stream checks, yeah. Wow. This place must be pretty exclusive. Look how few seats there are. Tickets must be really expensive. Wow. It's pretty nice. Oh, there's someone down there already. That's a pretty cool. I like the animation on that. Where there isn't a lot of people in the country, that's true.
Come on, let's sit down.
Genshin does have a scaling problem a bit. Paimon doesn't get to sit down. Hi. It's pretty awkward. If this was real life, I wouldn't have sat down. I would have saw the person there, and I would have just like waited until more people showed up.
Hey, Traveler. Maybe we should strike up a conversation with the
Shut
person
up,
next to us.
Paimon. They can hear
Since
you.
we're sitting together and the rest of the place is practically empty still. It's kind of awkward if we don't say anything.
Paimon, yeah, you go talk to him.
You little... Of course you put this on Paimon.
Excuse me, I did not realize you felt awkward. I am terribly sorry.
Hello.
I would be perfectly happy to chat with you if that is what you would like.
Yeah.
Oh, so you heard all of that, did ya?
Yeah, everyone hears you, Paimon. Can let him
Paimon thought
speak.
she was keeping her voice down.
Yep, let him speak.
Wait, that's not it. Paimon's sorry. Paimon's the one who was being rude, talking under her breath like that.
He's pretty handsome.
But, what should we talk about? Oh, Paimon's got it. You're also here early and sitting in the front. Are you a friend of Linny's too?
Paimon is you right now.
A friend, you say? Well, if Mr. Linny would like to be my friend, I would be more than happy to reciprocate.
Nice. He seems friendly.
Oh, so you're not friends with Linny then? Oh, this is getting more awkward by the second. Paimon nearly forgot to make her introduction. Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. We just arrived in Fontaine.
He has the eyes.
It is an honor to meet you two. I have heard of your deeds across Tevat.
Does he? Is he a Conrian?
And as required by proper etiquette, I will also introduce
Maybe.
myself. I am...
He needs to open his eyes a bit more. I can't tell. Like, we're only seeing half of the iris.
Oh, Monsieur Nervillet. What an honor it is to
Nervillet?
have you here to see my show.
Nervillet. I'm gonna die with all these French pronunciations. It does look like he has the eyes.
Ah, Mr. Linney. I should say it is in fact an honor for me to see your
Yeah, I
performance
think he
in person.
does. There's really fancy eyes.
Wait, Nervillet? Could he be...
Hmm? I saw you all chatting just now, but it seems you still don't know who Monsieur Nervillet is.
I do not. Hang on, I need to pick some piece of wood on the floor before Nala eats it.
Allow me to introduce you to Fontaine's Chief Justice. That seat is always reserved for him. It wouldn't be too much to say that he's the symbol of justice and
Oh, that's
honesty
his
here
seat,
in
not
Fontaine.
the Archon seat. What's her name?
Ooh, sorry for being so rude just now. Paimon had no idea you were such an important person.
No offense taken. Being Chief Justice is merely what I do for
Farina?
work.
Faustellor?
Nearly every person has their usual reserved
I think
seat,
Faustellor
so
is correct,
I'm
but
not
also
so
I think
special, really.
Farina is also correct. I think Nahida called her Faustellor.
And by the way, I should probably let you know,
By
even though I would
raids.
prefer not to. There's someone sitting up there in the VIP seats that has been striking a pose for quite a while now.
She's just hanging out. She's okay. What the fuck? This crazy woman.
I believe she is trying to give you a most elegant and impressive first impression.
Impression. Literal clown.
So I think you should take notice of her sooner rather than later. Otherwise, she may become flustered.
To be honest, I did not even notice she was there until you pointed her out. You know, I think she might get along really well with Fischl. What do you think? I think her and Fish will get along really well. Faustellor is her Archon name. Farina is her human name.
Huh? Oh, it's Farina, the Hydro Archon. She sure has a smug and satisfied look on her face. Guess she has no idea that you saw right through her act.
Paimon. She's if Fish had actual power, yeah?
Very good. That is for the best. No need to pay her any more attention. We may now enjoy the show.
Literal child. We're like, oh yeah, we see you, Archon. Hi. Okay, let's get back to actually, you know, watching the show. Like what the fuck?
Huh? So is this what things are like between the Chief Justice and the Hydro
He's
Archon?
fucking being a dad over here. Oh, look over there. Our god is posing. Right, back to business. Yeah.
All right, please wait just a moment longer. I've pretty much finished my preparations, and the performance will start as soon as the audience has made their way to their seats.
Yay! The show's finally about to start! Paimon can hardly wait! Paimon's never seen a real live magic show before!
Crowds enter the venue. This better be a good magic show after all this.
Sorry. Paimon will try to stay quiet.
I don't think you know how, Paimon.
Welcome, one and all, to the Opera Epicles. I am the star of today's show, Linny.
That's a massive
And over here is my
stage.
sister, Lynette, who will be working as my wonderful assistant. Please, let's give her a warm welcome.
Hello, everyone.
Oh, you can put a bit more oomph
I
into
know
your
she may
performance.
seem to be a little sleepy right now, but that's just a sign that she's nervous.
Whatever.
Okay.
Now, some of you may be thinking, two vision holders who can freely manipulate elemental powers performing magic is not true magic at all. So, I would like to take a moment to assure you that elemental powers will have nothing to do with what you will witness on the stage today.
Oh, interesting.
Both Lynette and myself have removed our visions for the show. That way, even the gods won't be able to help us.
Oh, good point. That's what makes the show real magic.
Shut up, Paimon.
Now, without further ado, let the show begin. Lynette will now exit the stage to make some preparations. I know you might miss her, but don't worry. She'll be coming right back on stage momentarily. Perhaps in an unexpected way. I'm sure she'll be stealing the spotlight soon enough. Oh, and before I forget, there's one more thing I should say. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye.
Should I blink?
A magician's greatest skill is making things disappear or appear. The possibilities are endless.
Wow, that's two whole possibilities. Wow.
Huh?
Wow. Oh my god, he's littering everywhere.
But this isn't what you came for. These little tricks, you've seen them all before. So it's time for something
He's
truly
genius in Vacation
extraordinary.
TCG.
Don't you think? This one's
Look at
a
me
little
glowing
tricky.
blue.
Using this water tank, I shall make my sister vanish completely, right before your very eyes.
Nice little swim.
It's actually quite simple. She'll just turn into air bubbles and float right out of the top. Oh no! I told them to check all the props carefully. With the lid on, even air can't escape. An amateur magician would be getting very nervous right around now. Luckily, it's me on stage, so let me show you what a true virtuoso can do.
Oh my god. She's been disintegrated.
Lynette, are you still there? Don't go too
She
far.
dissolved into
We
the
don't want
water.
to use up all our magic.
Hi, I'm back.
Uh-huh.
Wow. Luckily it's me on stage, now what my sister gone. Yeah, she had a spare set of clothes ready to go.
Whoa! What in the world just happened? How did he do that? Paimon didn't see him do anything. Wasn't Lynette inside the water tank? How did she disappear and then reappear out of nowhere?
That's magic for you.
If we could see easily through his tricks, then that would mean that his skills are still lacking. To appreciate magic, you should focus on the show happening on stage, rather than getting caught up in trying to see that which has been intentionally hidden.
Guess you're
There's
right.
a waypoint behind the
Couldn't
stage.
believe her eyes when Lynette reappeared. Amazing.
Thank you, everyone. I'm glad you enjoyed that performance. But our magical journey has only just begun. I've prepared
I was gonna
even
say it,
more
but they just have the
astonishing
one trick.
surprises for everyone here. The magic of transformation and disappearance can go far beyond what you've just seen.
I love they
many
just
of you
used
are
his idol
thinking that
pose.
escaping the water tank was impressive enough. But Lynette is still my assistant after all. In which case, I have ample time to make all necessary preparations. So, for my next trick, I will require the participation
be
of
me in it.
one lucky audience member. Please, if my assistants could bring out the magical boxes now. There are 2 boxes and only 2 boxes. One is here and one is there in the aisle among the audience. I'm sure many of our clever audience members have already guessed our next magic trick. A swap! Our lucky audience member and I will each enter a magic box. After 1 minute, we will each emerge from the opposite box.
1 minute. Plenty of
Now,
time
please,
to walk
everyone
to the
pay
other box.
very close attention to the box you see here. Don't give me any chance to make a move.
Wow, how's he gonna do this? Hey, do you think this is all magic tricks, or does Lenny have actual superpowers?
Let's watch and
The
see,
lucky
Paimon.
audience member will be generated by this random number selector. It selects numbers entirely at random. Even I don't know who will be chosen to participate. Now then, let's begin. Let me see. Oh, row 7, seat 3. Congratulations! You now have the chance to experience magic firsthand for an entire minute. Please, come forward. My assistant will take you beside the magic box.
This is random NPC.
I'm sorry, it might be a little cramped inside, but no need to feel nervous. We've carefully arranged everything for you to be as comfortable as possible. You don't need to do anything, but no matter what strange things may happen, don't come out of the box. If the magic is interrupted, who knows where you might end up? You might even find yourself in
What
the
do you mean
fortress
cramped
of
is 5 times your size? Yeah.
Oh, okay.
All right. Before I enter the magic box, there is one more thing I need to ask the audience to do. Could you all give me a countdown? Like this. 60, 59, 58. Just keep counting down. You can go a little faster or slower if you like.
I
won't be able to
wouldn't
see
be able
anything
to
in the
keep
pitch
count.
black box, so I'll be relying on your voices to know when time is up. Oh, and no tricks now. If you quickly count from 60 in just 30 seconds, then I'll be in a tough spot.
Ooh, Paimon kinda wants to count faster after hearing him say that.
With the whole crowd counting together, you couldn't even if you wanted to?
No, that won't do. I can see it in your eyes. You
Faster
still
or
can't
slower,
be
that's not how time
trusted.
works.
Let's practice together. Come on, repeat after me. 60, 59, 58.
60, 59, 58.
Jesus Christ, this is the most
That's
enthusiastic
right,
crowd I've ever
Keep it
heard in my
going.
life.
All right, I'll see you all on the other side once you've finished counting.
54, 53, 52?
Calm down, Paimon.
Why aren't you counting, Nervalet?
Nervalet?
I am counting in my head. I think things are exciting enough in here as it is. Merely a consequence of my identity and personality. Do not worry about me.
Is he still
Just
counting while
enjoy
he's
the
talking?
show.
Oh, alright. You look so serious that Paimon thought you might be feeling uncomfortable or something.
It's really nice of the crowd to stop counting.
38!
Mr. Lenny, are you all right in there? Is everything ready?
Yes, I'm fine. I'm just double-checking the direction of the magic. It would be a disaster if we get sent to the wrong places. For example, mid-air right above the audience.
Even though he's saying that, Lenny doesn't seem nervous at all.
It's all part of the show. Bang.
What was that noise? Did you hear it too? Not sure. Anyway, it doesn't seem like anyone's worried about it.
Well, it's the most NPCs ever.
23! What's wrong, Mr. Lenny? I can still hear you moving in there.
I seem to have accidentally knocked over a decoration. I'm trying to fix it, but it's pitch black in here. I can't tell left from right.
Never mind the decorations. There's no time for that. The show is what's important.
No, that's unacceptable. I want my
It'd be
show to
amazing if all that
perfect.
came out of their boxes
Don't
is their
worry, we
corpses.
still
Wow,
have
that's
20
dark.
seconds. Hear them counting?
19! 18! 17!
It seems things aren't quite going as planned. I apologize, everyone. It feels like you're all starting to count faster, but that's all right. I know it can be tiring to do such a long countdown. 10 seconds and change is still plenty of time.
10!
Almost there now. Whew. Swapping two people is harder work than you might think. Even a master magician like me can't guarantee I'll get it right the first time. Hey, wait! Is this the back one? I can't tell. They both look the same inside. Huh? No, that's not it. I'll try again.
7!
Hey, slow down! Honestly!
5! 4! 3!
Whoops! That doesn't count!
0!
Ta-da!
Nice. Wow, this turns dark. There you go, Mookie. There's your subvert expectations.
Part of the show? Mr. Lenny, you're going to use magic to fix the stage now, right?
What happened?
Oh no. Maybe this isn't part of the show. The girl was still in that box, right?
No,
This
she's not in the
performance
box
is over.
anymore.
Medical staff with me. Guards, secure the scene and detain all the performers. Seal the exits. No one is allowed in or out at this time.
Yes, that's right. If this was just an accident, then we must investigate the cause. But if this was all part of some scheme, then those accountable will not escape the judgment of the God of Justice.
No need to be alarmed, you two. We'll get to the bottom of this soon enough.
The clown speaks. The guards complete their
person who's in the magic
investigation.
box has been pronounced dead. His name was Cowell, one of the assistants in
Nice.
Linny's magic troupe. Apparently, the fireworks on stage ignited the ropes that were suspending the water tank, which then caused the tank to fall onto the stage. As of now, we are still not sure why we found Cowell in the box, rather than the guest from the audience. And after an initial search of the area, the guards have confirmed that the girl is nowhere to be found.
I love that
It
they call
appears
them
that
the
this
guards.
incident was not merely some mishap with the performance. And there are many indications that it is connected with the case of the serial disappearances of young women.
Who named that case? I swear, it's such an uninteresting
The
name
serial
for a case.
disappearances case?
The serial disappearance?
That's the case that Charlotte mentioned before.
In front of the audience, including Archon and Chief Justice? Impossible.
I know the truth. I can see through the whole thing. Really, using such a shallow and obvious mystery as his finale. he really underestimate us that badly? I say that our powerful magician, Mr. Linny, is now the prime suspect for the serial disappearances case.
Huh? Why me? This whole thing was an accident.
No, this all occurred during your magic show, did it not? The missing girl disappeared after being chosen, did she not? The deceased is one of your assistants, is he not? Now that I think about it, that whole speech about magicians making things disappear was nothing more than a provocation, a bald-faced challenge.
That can't be right! How can Linny do this? He was in the box on the stage the entire time! We can even hear his voice! Besides, before the show, he told us that he would like to catch the criminal behind the disappearances!
Bird brain idiot? No, she's genius. She's like 5-head right now. He's a suspect at most.
Save discussion for a later time, please. Lady Farina, may I assume that your comments just now constitute an accusation against Mr. Linny and his associates, and that you are pressing charges?
I just think that he... Well, I think it might be a little early to talk about formally pressing charges.
She just likes to put on a show herself.
But what Lady Farina said just now makes perfect sense. Looks like she's gonna personally deliver justice.
She speaks a bit too soon.
A kidnapping and murder carried out under the cover of a magic show. Lady Farina said it all.
I mean, of course, my dear people.
She's actually
But
just like
what
fish.
excites me even more than the obvious truth before our eyes is the opponent I'll be facing. That's right. I mean you, Traveler. You'll support Linny, won't you? After all, he was the one who helped you the first time we met.
I mean, if you want to fight me, come on.
Then there's no problem at all. You know, the Traveler and I already had a duel the first time we met.
Are you sure? And before she's not even the actual Archon.
But with Linny's help, our little duel ended in a draw. But draws really are the most boring possible outcome. So, no more draws. Between the two of us, there must be a clear winner and loser. And what better place to hold such a riveting showdown and decide the true victor than here, on the grandest of stages, the Opera Epiclese.
It wasn't a draw. She obviously lost last time.
I understand. Charges have now been pressed, and as such,
They've been pressed.
a trial is in order. Well, Traveler, seems Lady Farina has set you in her sights. But putting her dramatic rhetoric aside for a moment, I would like to ask you, are you willing to act as Mr. Linny's attorney and defend him in this case?
No, I'm not a lawyer. What the fuck?
Very well. The trial will be held a day from now in the Opera House.
I know nothing about the
Both
laws
sides may
here.
investigate the scene to build their cases and search for the truth. Linny and his troupe are all potential suspects and shall remain within the Opera House. The audience may begin to leave in an orderly fashion once they have been cleared by the guards.
A day isn't that long. Let's see what kind of case this big shot Outlander can build in such a short amount of time. I'm really quite looking forward to hearing it.
This place is fucking bonkers. Is everyone just like fucking loony bins in Fontaine?
Sorry about everything that happened just now. Were you frightened?
And where were you, Lynette?
Of course! Who wouldn't be scared after witnessing an accident like that?
Yeah, I'm a little shaken up myself. How could this happen? And poor Cal. I know you already claimed that you would defend me, but now it's just us talking. Tell me, do you think I could possibly be the murderer?
Nope. And it's fine. You're right, Mookie. I don't have to be a good lawyer. I just have to challenge them to a duel, and if I win the duel, we're cleared of all charges. That's how it works. And of course I'll win the duel. Who are we talking about here?
Good to hear. Thank you so much for trusting me. I'm sure everyone sees me as the biggest suspect at this point. But if you ask me, the whole thing is mysteries layered upon mysteries, such that all that's left is confusion. I don't know whether what happened there on the stage was purely an accident or not, and I don't know why poor Cal was in the box. As for how that girl chosen from the audience could suddenly disappear, I'm afraid I don't have any answers either. If someone tampered with my performance, then we need to figure out what they did.
Maybe, like, he could explain how he managed to move boxes, so we can then confirm, you know, a bit of information. We have more information to work off of, you know?
Even a skilled and knowledgeable magician like myself couldn't pull all that off in just 1 minute.
It's very strange indeed.
Which is precisely why we need to investigate. As this book says, the impossible could not have happened. Whatever happened must have been that which is possible.
Where the fuck? Yeah, where did she get those glasses?
I bought them when we were reading at the bookshop in the city earlier. Pretty cool, huh?
No.
Don't worry.
Are you wasting my Mora?
Savings to buy them. It wasn't from our travel funds.
It's a trade secret? I mean, we should definitely discuss it though. I'm his lawyer, apparently.
I think they look cute on you, Paimon.
You have good taste, Lynette.
That's the right attitude. Feeling depressed isn't going to help me now. I need to get back to my normal self. But with the guards watching our every move, it's going to be especially difficult for Lynette and I to prove our own innocence. Good thing you agreed to be our attorneys. Thanks for that. We'll be counting on you.
Yes, thank you so much.
You probably should not count on me. I don't know what's happening in this country.
Yeah, just leave it to us.
Since the moment I got here, it's just been confusing.
Oh,
I don't know what's happening.
To start investigating, Paimon has a question first. Where did Lynette go during the performance?
Ah, well, I'm afraid that would involve some of our essential trade secrets as magicians.
Okay, you can fuck off about me defending you if you're not going to assist me in my investigation. Typical Wednesday in France.
The secrets behind our magic are past saving, Linny.
Yeah, see? Lynette has some fucking common sense.
I suppose you're right. The truth behind our tricks is going to be important evidence that will be weighted during the trial. 'Tis truly a pity. As a magician, our magic show is a work of art. We've poured countless hours and spared no effort in perfecting
She's
it.
a cat girl, yeah, she is.
But if revealing our secrets will help you uncover the truth behind what happened, then it will be well worth it. We should go somewhere else if we're going to discuss our magic tricks. We'll go speak with the guards, and in the meantime, you can go investigate the stage and the seating areas.
Alright, let's go have a look while the investigation teams are still here. Detective Paimon is on the case! Hello, officer. How's the investigation going?
We're Lily and Lynette's attorney. This is so stupid. How did this happen?
I see. You must be the traveler that Lady Farina mentioned. Listen, I'll be perfectly honest with you. I'd avoid getting mixed up in this whirlpool of a mess if I were you.
Oh, we're far too deep in to be getting out of this, it seems.
Huh? What do you mean?
Come with me and you'll see. The deceased is one of Linny's assistants named Cal. Even though he hadn't joined the troupe long, he was hardworking and everyone generally liked him. The assistants are usually in charge of setting up and inspecting the props, as well as assisting with the show and keeping the crowd engaged.
Who the fuck drew that on the ground? First of all, he wasn't. He was underneath the box. He wasn't there. Second of all, that what it looks like a foot. You drew blobby or something. What is this? Oh my god. Warner Bros. Goofy ass shit. Yeah, it's so stupid.
As you probably saw when you were in the audience, the water tank suddenly fell and smashed the box with Cowl inside it.
You know, I actually missed it. I wasn't paying attention at that point. I'm glad you reminded me. Why was he inside?
This is the real mystery. We've already searched the scene and were unable to find any traces of the girl. However, if you look carefully, the box was positioned directly under the water tank. The ropes holding the tank were then burned by the pyrotechnics on stage, causing them to snap. All these factors lining up so perfectly makes it hard to see this as a mere accident. If anything, the more logical explanation is that the whole incident was intentionally planned, and Linny is the most likely person to have access to all these areas.
But he doesn't have a motive!
Are you both good friends of his?
We met yesterday, officer. Lined up perfectly. They were in the center of the stage, yeah.
Well, you can't say we're good friends, but we've known each other for a little while.
So in just a short time, he was not only able to win your trust, but even convince you to act as his attorneys.
Actually, we were asked to be the attorneys, and we had only the option to say yes. I was fully against the whole situation. But anyway, carry on, officer.
I know there's no such thing as magic. The real trick of a magician is holding the audience in the palm of their hand. I've seen a lot of cases, and I can tell you that
I can tell by the
are
mustache.
the least
You're an
reliable kind of
experienced
evidence.
guard. It's not always. I mean, they're pretty unreliable, to be honest. I'm fully in agreement with the guard here. People are terrible evidence.
Sorry, I tend to be pretty straightforward. Just know that I'm warning you for your own good. Anyway, you may investigate the scene of the crime yourselves if you're curious. Who knows, maybe you'll be able to come up with some new evidence.
It's really nice that, as a lawyer, I get full access to the crime scene. I'm a lawyer detective, at the same time. I mean, getting in a detective book to do my investigation. You know, I never did play LA Noire, so I'm not so sure I'll be good at this. The deceased identity. This is where the magic box struck. If Cole weren't inside the box at that moment, he might have dodged the falling water tank. That's quite the leap. It was left unseen after the guards completed their investigation. Looking at it now, the water tank must have struck it really hard. Guys, I don't know if the traveler is cut out for being a detective. I'm just, you know, it's something doesn't seem quite right, you know.
So this is the rope that broke and caused the water tank to fall. The rope looks pretty durable. How can it be burned through so quickly by fireworks?
Well, generally fire, you know, it burns through things, you know, it's pretty quick. It's only rope, it's not like it's steel. It's not a safety concern for nobody.
Why are you suddenly so serious, Traveler?
Just looking at where the rope snapped.
Whoa. Look! This bit is made from different material! Most of it was burned away, but there's still a little bit of it left.
Good rope would hold up better than that, though. Perhaps. It's like flash cotton. How does the Traveler know what flash cotton is?
So if a rope meant to hold something was made with that kind of material in it, then that means... Wait, why don't you write all this down? Let's take notes.
I'm surprised if they had like a mixed material rope and it was like some kind of cotton right there. I'm surprised it was able to hold the weight of the water tank, to be honest. She may be dumb as bricks, but she's got the power of plot. Nice.
Hello there. What are you investigating?
He's standing guard, Paimon.
Oh, this location has also been cordoned off because the Magic Troop members are currently considered prime suspects. The investigation team is still collecting evidence. The seats were all booked in advance, so we were able to deduce the missing woman's identity by checking the guest list.
We're Lenny and Lynette's attorneys and private investigator.
Sure, it's not like this is confidential information. We will publish it later anyway when we petition the public to help us find the missing person. Her name is Halsey. She's a painter from Fontaine who's made a bit of a name for herself. Apparently, she wasn't a regular at the Opera House, but she'd been feeling some pressure with her work lately, which made her decide to come see the magic show. The Magic Troop members all claim not to know her. We have looked into her social connections. It seems that she has no personal grievances or conflicts of interest with the suspects.
You love colors? That's nice, Fyodor.
Simply put, she wasn't related to the Magic Troop at all, which matches the features of the previous serial disappearances.
Were the victims of previous cases also chosen at random?
It seems like the only relation to the other disappearances is she disappeared. And that's the only relation.
That's how it seems to us, in any case. Apart from the fact that they were all young women of around the same age range, there really weren't any other connections between them.
Okay then.
What's this gasoline you speak of, Fyodor? Never heard of it.
No need to be so formal. If you do happen to see the missing girl, please be sure to contact us. It is of utmost importance that we get to the bottom of these disappearances.
Are there any clues away from the stage? They are Halsey's songs. I see. Looks like an ordinary box, but somehow Lenny moved instantly on the stage from being inside of it. How'd he do it? Well, I'm sure he'll explain later.
Hey, you! Yes, both of you! Over here! I've been keeping an eye on you for a while now.
I can't, what the fuck? Looking straight out of season 1 Ruby over here, like what the fuck is this? Oh my god.
Huh? You mean us?
That's right. If I'm not mistaken, you're also among those who wish to cut down the thorns and pursue the truth. No? And by the looks of it, you're not from Fontaine.
Well, you're right on the more about that one, but who are you?
It's the grilled fufu ones? I'm pretty sure I also want her. If she's the Geo girl, I also want her.
Have you never heard of the Spina di Rosula?
No, I've never.
From mediating disputes and providing protection to solving conundrums, you name it, Spina di Rosula does it. And I, Navia, have the honor of being its
Navia?
renowned president.
It is Geo Girl.
Though those who play by our rules call me boss.
I'm Silver, her attendant. Pleased to meet you.
You look fucking dumb. Take those sunglasses off. And that hat.
And I'm Melus. Demoiselle's various daily needs and affairs are under my purview.
Goddamn fedoras.
Boss? Demoiselle? What gives with the names?
Well, I am the second generation president. Malus and the others are still used to my previous title.
God damn it, Deckers. Why would you do this to me? I can't, but I can't believe it. Hang on, let me practice. Let me practice. Okay. Hada. No, it's terrible. It's terrible. Hada. No, I can't do it. No, it's terrible. I hate that routine. It's so fucking.
My apologies, Demoiselle.
One of these days I'll be
Should
good
you
at
prefer,
it.
boss, I will endeavor to use that instead.
Hi, Rose Beast. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good Wednesday.
No
Make
need.
it more
You don't have to
expensive.
call me boss. Just Navia is fine.
Navia.
Okay, if you say so. Not that we're members of Spina di Rosula anyway.
Do it for a UF Fan Fest. You'll redeem points right in front of me. I think I need to be streaming for you to redeem it.
All merely trifling details. Never mind. Now, back to the situation at hand. That's right. I've always kept an eye on the serial disappearance cases. My interest stems from a matter back from my father's time.
God, how long have they been happening?
Judging from the look of things, I find Linny an unlikely mastermind.
Really? We think so too! That's why we're looking for clues now!
Hence the mustache and glasses.
But how did you come to that conclusion?
Intuition, naturally. My unparalleled intuition.
Of course. Everybody's fucking mental in this town. Maybe we should go back to Sumeru where people actually weren't as fucking Looney Tunes.
Farina sure was quick to point the finger at Linny without any decisive evidence whatsoever, wasn't she? But that's not uncommon for her. If you remember, the Justice had to interrupt her and ask if she was pressing charges just to keep her from getting carried away. Anyway, a trial begins the moment someone levels charges. And, of course, there was no way Farina was going to back down in that situation.
Sounds more like you just don't trust the Hydro Archon.
I wouldn't.
Well, what's your opinion? I must admit that she can be interesting at times, but liking her doesn't mean that I'll blindly agree with her. All right, I've answered your question. Now, it's time you answer mine.
Sure.
Wait a minute, did that answer count?
Well, I say it does. But don't worry, you won't hear any pointless questions from me. In your opinion, do you think it's right to treat a trial like it's an opera?
Probably not. Those guys from academia were loony for trapping people in dreams, so that's not so like that. That's just like, you know, they're fucking like evil basically. Here, just everyone's crazy. It's just like I can't even tell. Like I can't even say they're being malicious because I think they don't even realize they're being so fucking insane. Yeah, I would say always.
And why would that be?
Something like a trial shouldn't be treated as entertainment.
See, Silver and Maloose? I told you they'd be different.
Well, we're not from around
Most
here.
astute of you, demoiselle. I too think that the traveler's response was most excellent. No matter how wonderful the script or how fervent the audience's expectations may be, the trials that go on stage here must be based in fact. And if that can be done, boss, then...
All right, that's quite enough, Maloose. Anyway, I like your answer. You pass with flying colors. Now, I need to make some preparations, following which our joint investigation shall commence. You two shall be my assistants.
Okay.
Wait! Since when did we become assistants?
Oh, well, I can be the assistant. Sure. Or your companion, if you like.
Oh,
I'm
she's
really
a
not
switch,
that
I
fussy.
see.
That's more like it.
I think Paimon's getting too dragged down into this.
Far be it from me to brag, but I believe that Demoiselle's intuition will be instrumental in uncovering the truth.
Sure, Mela.
You wish to save a friend from false accusations,
We met
and
yesterday.
we wish to unravel the disappearances. In this sense, our goals are aligned.
Actually, my goal is to talk to the Hydro Archon, but, you know, neither here nor there.
You have a point. Huh. You're quite the talker, aren't you, mister?
What the? Why are you looking at Lamine?
And what about you over there? What do you think?
Huh?
You seem like you've got something on your mind.
He's just got nothing. Head empty.
I have nothing to add.
Yeah.
Oh, alrighty then.
We'll be making some preparations first. Just be sure to let us know if they start revealing Lenny's tricks. Thanks!
You have nothing to add to? It is what it is. Interesting.
Sorry, but no one can freely enter or exit the Opera House at the moment. If you wish to leave, you must register your identity with us first.
No, we're not leaving. We're representing Linny and Lynette as attorneys, so we're investigating the case. Were you always guarding this entrance?
I don't know what these are, but they're pretty cute. I like them.
Yes, after the Chief Justice gave the order, everyone coming in or out must undergo a strict inspection. So, the missing
It's a
girl couldn't
carbuncle.
have
Oh
left
yeah,
from here,
it's very
at
like
least
carbuncle.
not
Maybe
from
that's
that
why I
point
like
on.
them. What about during the show? Could he have left through here during the show?
I doubt there was much opportunity then either.
How can you be so sure,
Well, because I was in charge of security near the entrance at that time.
Oh, of course, you're infallible. I'm so sorry.
I couldn't see Linny's performance from here, which was quite a shame. Just my luck. But still, I did not abandon my post, and I stayed put no matter how loud the applause was. If someone had so much as even approached the door, I would have noticed it, let alone if they had tried to leave. We Melazines are good at that sort of thing, you know.
So, it's safe to say the girl couldn't have left through here. Alright, thank you for your help. This will be useful info.
Fascinating.
Lenny's still talking to the guards. It seems he'll have a lot of explaining to do. I think someone will be assigned to monitor us later, but that's alright. Lenny's still talking to the guard. I think someone...
Okay.
Lenny's still talking to the guard.
Okay. I can't talk to any of them. Ugh, my throat. Right. Let's hunt for clues, gang.
I see that you're investigating the area. Well, it just so happens that I'm interested too.
Who the hell are you?
If you find any new and interesting leads, be sure to share them with me, alright?
Why would I do that?
We don't have too many thoughts yet.
Then why don't I tell you my hypothesis first? The way I see it. And I'll start it with that loud thud.
The thud? Oh, you mean the sound that happened during the countdown?
Yes, exactly. It wasn't terribly loud, but I suspect that most people heard it. It's just that everyone was awaiting the results of Lenny's trick with bated breath, so no one paid it much mind. But now that the incident has happened, the thud has become an important clue.
That makes sense. So, what do you make of it?
I'm of the opinion that it may have been the sound of Lenny's accomplice. Lynette, perhaps. Jumping atop the water tank, or something like that.
Jumping on top of the water tank that fell?
And when the pyrotechnics went off, she cut the rope, sending the water tank crashing down.
Wait, wasn't the noise we heard too loud for that?
It also does not match up with the evidence we have.
Perhaps the balance wasn't right, leading to a particularly rough landing.
It would have started to swing,
Oh,
yeah.
that's true. I suppose I must reconsider.
Get out of here, loser.
That does remind Paimon, though. What was with that sound?
The investigation team has some new findings. Turns out there's an issue with the random number selector after all.
That's pretty sus.
See, I told you. What if the machine picked some big guy's seat? You think the murderer would have still made his move then?
Sorry to interrupt, but we're helping Lenny and Lynette with their side of the investigation. What were you saying about the number selector? There's something wrong with it?
You're trying to help them? That'll be a tall order.
They volunteered me. You get stuck with bad jobs all the time, okay?
Lenny used the machine to pick a random member of the audience during his performance, right? The lucky girl that later disappeared.
She's pretty lucky.
Well, we thought there might be a serious problem with the machine, so we had it taken away for further inspection.
It turns out that the seat number it picked wasn't random at all. The machine picks that same number every time.
Suspicious.
I'm sure you already know that you have to make a reservation in advance to get a seat, regardless of whether it's a trial or some performance. In other words, Lenny knew who would be sitting where from the very beginning.
I'm sure several people knew who would be sitting where.
That much checks out. Lenny reserved our seats for us, too.
That's pretty weak evidence.
Let you see why I was saying it'd be tough to make a case for Lenny.
Even though it's bad for Lenny's case, Paimon had better write it down.
It's circumstantial, actually.
We've checked everything of note here at the performance venue. Paimon wonders how Lenny's discussion with the guards is going. Let's go see, shall we? Ooh, things are getting interesting, huh? We're about to see how magic can...
Understood. Then I will be going with you. Just so you're aware, I will be monitoring your actions and making notes as necessary.
Very good. Thanks for being so agreeable. I'd pull a rose out of my hat as a gift for you if I could.
Why can't you?
You may spare the pleasantries. I'm just doing my job.
You've arrived. Who's this?
Oh, it's my assistant.
Me? I'm Spina di Rosula's guardian angel. If you've got a problem, I've got the firepower.
Don't ask, Lynette. I don't know what's happening.
Sorry, I got a little carried away there.
I swear
Call me
everyone here
Nadia.
is crazy.
I'm a partner of theirs, and we'll be helping investigate this whole situation.
Does that sound like Hu Tao? It's not Hu Tao. It's a
And these are
different
my
person.
companions. Would you mind if they join as well?
Fine by me.
Oh, new helpers? I would be most grateful.
Well, let's just say we're tagging along. It's not every day you get to see the secrets behind magic performed on such a large scale.
Yeah, they're gonna have to come up with whole new tricks. Can't I call Yanfei? I know, right? I feel like we know so many people, but like we just call them. What's the point in knowing people if we can't use them? Yeah, like why can't I just call Zhongli or Raiden Shogun whenever I need to battle somebody, you know? Like when back in Sumeru when I was dealing with like, you know, the Scaramouche, why couldn't I just bring Raiden Shogun, you know? Just have her like they can be in my team, whatever. Yeah, but I mean like in the story, not just in my team.
I appreciate your kind interest. Come with me. We'll be heading below stage.
Huh? Below stage?
Yes, a world of secrets is hidden beneath this magic box, prepared specifically for this switcheroo trick.
I'm shocked. There is an under the stage. I never would have suspected.
But before I reveal everything, you should have a look first. Notice anything strange here? I'm not trying to be dramatic. Remembering the details of a trick will help you understand the methods used to perform it more easily.
Huh. Weren't there balloons and other decorations here?
That is true.
Where did all
there
that
was.
go?
Ah, good eye. That said, you're still far from discovering the answer.
The back of the door isn't the same.
The back? You mean the inside of the door? What's different about it? Paimon didn't notice anything.
Very good indeed. I thought you might not be able to catch that, given that you were sitting in the first row. The back of this door was patterned. Those patterns are now gone, replaced by a smooth wooden board. So, if you put 2 and 2 together, what do you get?
There's a box in this box.
Exactly. All right, let's go. I'll tell you how it works as we head down.
Oh, so there was a passageway under the magic box!
Yeah, that was kind of the most obvious thing.
I knew you'd figure out most of it as soon as you saw this place. The 2 magic boxes are positioned right above the 2 entrances of the tunnel. See this flatbed trolley? The box with the lucky audience member in it would be shuttled over to the other side using the trolley.
This trolley can raise and lower and even rotate, ensuring that the box will face in the right direction.
I see. So that's the purpose of the box inside another box.
Magic. Honestly, I don't see why the guards were like acting like they don't know about this place underneath this bloody opera house.
Precisely. The inner box would descend after the audience member was put inside and be moved along the trolley, all while the outer box would remain on stage as if nothing had ever changed.
So that's how you did it!
Once the box was lowered, the trolley would store some energy through this device here, with which it would complete the rest of the steps. The audience member would only be able to feel some slight movements in the dark, and by the time she walked out, she would already be back on stage.
And what about your side?
Right! You were talking that whole time, and you even came out for a moment near the end!
Ah, yes. A phonograph operated by Lynette was used to achieve that effect. My assistant and I had already scripted our conversation beforehand. When the countdown began, I had already gone to the opposite box via a tunnel using that ladder.
And what about Lynette? Where was she?
I was in the mezzanine space in the back of the box.
Oh, interesting!
That's how we were able to coordinate Linny's lines with the assistant. And, by the way, I was the one who walked out of the box at the end.
I mean, we are twins. All it takes is a change of clothes and no one can tell who's who.
Questionable.
And that's my favorite part of this trick. Only Lynette and I can perform it.
So that's how it all worked! Wow, every detail you revealed was more amazing than the last!
Lynette would briefly walk out of the box and then go back in, jumping into the tunnel and escaping before the box on the trolley could finish ascending. And then I walk out of the other box in the audience area, and the trick would be complete. The operative word here being would. But as you saw, Cal was in the box, not our audience member. She, on the other hand, mysteriously vanished.
We really don't know how that happened.
She's got some really good accessories.
If not for that interlude, this would have been an astonishing trick. I probably never would have figured out how you pulled it off.
I mean, they're different heights and everything.
And yet, to think that someone was able to use this magic trick to commit a crime. Could we have a look around? I think we can come up with some more leads.
This is the scene of the crime, so Linny and Lynette are not permitted to stay here. I'll escort them back up.
Yes, of course. No need to be so strict now. I won't disappear into thin air, you know.
Thanks, everyone. We're counting on you.
They're pretty close. You wouldn't be able to tell unless they're next to each other. I'm curious if you go, like, watch the cutscene again, can you tell? And we just didn't notice. That'll be cool. A ladder is required in order to go to the box above. This should be the control device for the trolley. Okay, okay. There's a piece of string or something.
Huh. What's this?
Looks like a hook tied to the end of a rope. Huh? There's all kinds of odds and ends here.
I mean, it's probably not just used for this one trick down here. But, you know.
Perhaps it was a prop for a different trick. But why would it have been left here?
Whatever it is, let's make a note of it first.
Someone broke this vase recently. There's a pool of water.
The floor is wet. Please be careful not to slip.
Speaking of which, why would there be water here?
Because there's a broken vase.
Oh! Paimon knows! It's one of those tricks where you pour water into a jug and then flip the jug over only for the water to disappear? And here's a broken vase. Huh. Did the trolley knock it down while moving?
Doubt.
That can't be. The trolley moves along tracks from start to finish. It couldn't have hit the vase at this distance.
Let's note this down too and think about it later.
Bloody Paimon, I swear.
Oh, these are the clothes that the lady chosen from the audience was wearing, right?
Were they? Doesn't look similar at all.
Her clothes are here, but she's nowhere to be found.
Her voice hurts your head. Whose voice? My voice? Unbelievable. Lenny didn't mention the guest having a wardrobe change.
Right. And do you really need to do that if you're kidnapping them?
Paimon's voice is grating.
This is so confusing. Paimon doesn't want to be a detective anymore.
Her fucking glasses are spinning. Oh, there's a vent, like... Okay.
What is this place?
Paimon. This is why you're no good at detectiving.
It seems someone could fit through here.
No.
Huh. Could this have been the suspect's escape route?
Well, there's only one way to find out. We gotta go through it.
Alone, perhaps. But if they had to pull another person with them, the space would be too narrow.
It's fucking massive. What do you mean?
But there are no other ways in or out of here.
Other than the boxes.
Oh, you're right. Let Paimon write that down.
What?
Seems we're just about done investigating down here.
Yes. Let's head back up. Well, we've ascertained the state of the crime scene. Let's find a place to sort out our findings once Malus returns.
Malus.
It seems to me that there are several things that don't add up here.
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle.
So, what did the guards say? Did the criminal escape through the vent?
They believe the odds of that are very low, since the vent leads to the Opera House's basement.
And from the basement, can you then leave? Like, what is it?
The guards have checked the area carefully. No one left through the basement during the performance or after the incident, and no one was found hiding there.
So the tunnels become like a secret chamber then. You know, like the kind you usually see in novels.
The plot thickens. Halsey's disappearance and Cowell's death are both quite inexplicable. No wonder Farina was so confident in her accusation. All the current evidence points toward Linny and Lynette.
Like the Chamber of Secrets.
In other words, the charges are very likely to be upheld unless we make some considerable progress.
I'm not worried. I'll just fight. I'll duel.
Charges and then trial. So if the charges are upheld, they'll announce a sentence?
That's right. This is how a trial goes in the Opera House. During the proceedings,
We can avoid a
the
trial
Chief
by
Justice
fighting.
and the oratrice will hear statements from both sides. That's right. This is how indemnitium is produced. The statements from both sides, the defenses from attorneys, witness testimonies, and even the audience's emotions will all be projected on the oratrice. To put it simply, it's as if the oratrice has its own will, and is a judge in its own right.
Yeah, where that thing's gotta go. That's definitely what's causing the end of Fontaine.
This also precludes any kind of favoritism on the part of the Chief Justice. And not that this has ever happened anyway.
You know, they had this thing called the Akasha and Sumeru, and everyone thought it was infallible, but turns out it was a big problem. So we got rid of it. You guys should totally, you know, go by their example. Something powered by a gnosis like that, which I bet this is, by the way, probably not a good idea.
Once both sides have finished speaking, the Chief Justice will make his final decision. This, too, will be used by the oratrice as a reference. Then, finally, the oratrice will be consulted by officials. The result it returns is the will of justice itself.
Huh? So that machine is the one that actually decides? Paimon I thought Novelette called the shots.
Relying completely on trials for every aspect of your life? No way that could go wrong. Yeah. You gotta keep up a certain amount of trials every single day, you know? Got a quota to meet in order to ensure electricity keeps running? What could go wrong?
In practice, there is very little difference. Both have always come to the same judgment, which is why people have great faith in the Chief Justice. Ah, yes, the guards also asked me to convey that none of us will be allowed to leave this place before the trial.
Wonderful.
Why?
Because we've chosen to act as the twins' proxies. That makes us persons related to the case.
They're concerned that we might be colluding with outside parties, or that we might find outside help to disrupt the case. And even if that were not so, it could prove problematic if we happen to spread key information about the case ahead of time.
I'm ready to break out at any time.
Fucking... This dude. Look at this dude.
Whoa! There's no need for that! Paimon thinks they have a point. That said, are they providing food?
Hope so. I'm starving.
Of course. I just hope you don't mind the lack of options. I'm afraid that catering to all tastes is not in the cards, nor is any guarantee of balanced nutrition.
I mean, how is there no, like, food stand in this really fancy opera house?
In that case, let's just sort out our findings together here. Pity. I was hoping to take you to try some of Fontaine's famous desserts, too. I mean,
Maybe
what
another
better way to
time.
properly think through our findings than over some tea and sweets?
Huh. Breaking out suddenly doesn't seem like such a bad idea after all. Just kidding! Paimon will still do her best, even if there are no snacks.
What do you mean, no snacks? Of course we'll have snacks. If we cannot buy some, then we'll simply make some.
Of course.
Huh? Here? But how?
Understood, Demoiselle. Everyone, please come with me.
Wait, you're carrying a portable stove with you?
Where did he have
Yes,
that?
I must be prepared to meet the Demoiselle's baking needs
Hiding it
whenever
up
the
his
fancy
arms or
strikes her.
something? What the fuck?
I have eggs, sugar, and almonds at the ready.
Good
Okay.
work, you two. Then I'll get to it. Please sit tight for a moment. You'll get to taste my awesome snacks soon enough.
These three are quite the interesting group.
Must be his vaina de Rosala thing.
And Paimon thought it smelled good while it was still in the oven! Oh, it's even better now. Paimon can't stop drooling. From the way you had these
Don't
two
be a
guys
hypocrite
carrying
where
all
you
that
keep
stuff
up your
around,
500
you
weapons
had
in
them do
Ireland.
more during the baking process.
It's different. I'm a main character. Physics do not apply to me.
By yourself, beating the egg whites, grinding almonds, everything.
I was applauding.
And I was giving encouraging smiles.
Okay.
Paimon was just thinking. Aren't you worried about getting your fancy dress dirty, beating egg whites and baking like this?
Well, I don't think it's carved in stone anywhere that fancy ladies can only read books, sip tea, ride horses, and play the piano. I just really enjoy making snacks.
You're far more likely to get dirty riding a horse than making some sweets.
Don't underestimate beating egg weights, by the way. It's a real arm workout. You also need to beat them to just the right consistency, or your macarons will crack.
Why is she beating things?
Anyway, give these a try, fresh out of the oven. There's 3 for each of us.
Only 3?
Well, eating too many sweet treats might send all that sugar to your head. You wouldn't be able to think clearly about the case on a sugar rush, would you?
She can't think clearly now.
Tea is ready to be served as well. This is Demoiselle's favorite, strong black tea with a floral fragrance that clears the mind and lifts the spirit.
Of course.
No need for concern. I'm merely doing as I should.
All right then. Down to business. As Paimon mentioned previously, the tunnel seems to be something of a secret chamber. However, we can assume that Linny and Lynette were not alone within it. Some criminal also occupied its sealed confines. The magician twins could have committed the crimes, of course, but they lack any logical motive.
Exactly! Why would they do such a thing right when everyone was watching?
We're left with two other people then. The missing girl and the deceased. Clearly, it was the missing girl. She is the culprit.
The flower vase and the thud we heard during the performance could indicate some altercation between Halsey and the criminal in the tunnel, resulting in the shattering of the vase, the discarding of her clothes, and her abduction.
Got down.
Perhaps the criminal thought that since she was chosen from the crowd, she would be too easy to identify if she was still wearing the same clothes.
Paimon thinks that makes sense, but the real trouble is...
We don't know who the third person is, and we don't know how they got out.
True. None of the clues we found thus far support the existence of this third person. But the only people left to consider are both technically victims, whether it's the missing girl, Halsey, or poor Cowl.
Huh. Could Halsey have secretly made modifications to the magic props in order to murder Cowl before making her escape?
See, look, now everyone's thinking the same thing I thought, Mookie. She had no way of knowing how the magic trick worked. Well, I mean, it was one of the more obvious tricks. The water one was far more impressive than the other one.
That's right. And even if she had tampered with the setup, she would need to understand the entire trick to pull it off. Nor does she have any motive. The guard said that she has never had any dealings with the Magic Troop's members.
Were we not thorough enough in our search? From the sound of things, this is turning into an impossible case. Your macarons are amazing though, Navia. They smell great! They're nice and crisp and super sweet!
They are my specialty after all. And I see you've already had 5 of them.
What? 5? Oh, that can't be right. Paimon only counted 3, honest!
Mm-hmm.
Please don't worry about it. At my age, a few less sweets might actually be a good thing.
No! Being greedy is one thing, but Paimon knows how to count. Besides, Paimon knows that if she ate too many, then others wouldn't have enough.
It's fine. Just move on.
Wait! Even you don't believe Paimon? How could you? If Paimon ate those 2 extra macarons, then may they turn into stone in her stomach!
All right, we get it. Well, I suppose one of us might have gotten too engrossed in our chat and eaten them by mistake. No big deal. Malus, set up the stove again if you would.
Huh? What are you doing?
Making sure everyone gets 3 macarons, of course.
Exactly. We don't want to trouble you.
As you wish, demoiselle.
And I have the egg, sugar, and almonds.
That's all he's got going.
Well,
he carries the egg.
Your hobby, huh?
Well, that's it for snack time. I'm going to have another look around the area. I don't know what we're looking for yet, but we've still got some time. As attorneys, I suggest the 2 of you think the case over again. It would be awkward if you got all tongue-tied on stage during the trial.
Alright, thanks for your help, and for the snacks.
It was nothing. A small task for the Spina di Rosula. Silver, Malus, it's time to go. I'll be back if I find anything new.
Wow.
Alright, it's time to put our heads together. We've got to get our defense ready for the trial. Oh, it's probably gonna be a long and difficult case. There's no point in worrying about that now. We just need to prepare. Here, take Paimon's notes. They should help you review the situation.
We need to be super prepared.
Stay close and you will
I'm gonna
live.
bring, just in case we are in for a fight, I'm gonna bring Raiden with me. Participate in the trial.
Do? The whole situation is so confusing.
I have thoughts.
Good plan. Impossible things don't just happen. We'll get to the truth one way or another.
Just relax. Even if everyone else suspects Lenny and Lynette, at least we will be supporting them from the stands. Besides, I doubt Farina understands any more about what happened than we do.
Thanks, Navia. Well, we'll be going then.
Best of luck to you.
No way they don't make you fight.
Ah, finally, you're back. Well, how did your investigation go?
About as well as you would think.
To be honest, you might be disappointed.
No. We're already very grateful that you were willing to help.
Well now, don't you all look disappointed? Don't tell me that your investigation came up empty-handed. That was to be expected, of course. The guilty can never produce proof of their innocence. But don't let that stop you. I shall be terribly disappointed should you, my most anticipated foe, concede so easily.
I challenge you to a fight.
Since both parties are present, I declare that the trial regarding the magic show incident is now in session.
God, they're really bad at naming things. Magic show incident. It's a very boring name.
Firstly, in order for the audience to understand the causes
Straight to the
and
point,
results
I know,
of the
but
incident, could we please have Mr. Linney explain the trick?
Yes, of course. I will explain while Lynette demonstrates on stage. All the necessary items have been prepared.
Everyone in the audience
Thank you,
is
Mr.
done.
Linney. In
Wow.
that case, I take your statement to be that you ran to and remained hidden within the magic box in the
Another
audience
death.
stands once the trick began, and thus could not have committed the crime. Is this correct?
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
In that case, I call upon the prosecution. Lady Farina, do you wish to refute his statement in any way?
Why, of course I do. Allow me to take the first shot and break this case wide open. Mr. Linney is clearly lying.
Fuck is that?
There is no way you could have been in the box the whole time if you were to abduct Halsey and murder Cowell. In fact, I'd say you were hardly in that tunnel at all.
He has zero faith in
That
her,
is
yeah.
simply your hypothesis based on the presumption that I'm guilty.
Oh, is that so? And if I may ask, what did you hear while you were inside your box?
The roaring countdown of the crowd, of course. That's how I kept track of the time and built anticipation for the finale.
And you didn't hear anything else at all? Nothing that might leave an impression of any kind?
The thud.
I see. But when the count reached 30 seconds or so, there was a thud. One so loud that I believe practically everyone heard it.
Huh?
Hey, hang on. Something's not right here.
How could he not know about the sound? We probably should have asked him,
Yeah, I'm
like,
sure
gone
you
over our
could've heard
notes
a
with
noise
him.
that loud from inside the box.
I was right by the box and I definitely heard the thud.
Look at those scales. Could those mean...
Does the oratress, like, judge someone's guilt by, like, what the crowd thinks? Is that how this works?
Well then, ladies and gentlemen, allow me me to use the words of the magician himself. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye. Indeed, it seems his alibi can also collapse in the blink of an eye. Of course, I have armed myself to do far more than smash your alibi. Confidence cannot go unfounded, and my foundations are rock solid. Tell me, aren't you and Lynette actually from the House of the Hearth?
Oh my god. Fatui. Unbelievable. Shocking revelation. I am
No wonder
so
they
shocked.
did something like this.
So the
Hang
serial
them.
disappearances were the
Hang them
Kitsune's
immediately.
doing. Now it all makes sense.
I've got a feeling that what happened on stage probably wasn't just an accident.
Goddamn Fatui.
That's irrelevant. Our identities have nothing to do with what happened.
Indeed. Then perhaps you could tell us everything that happened during that 1 minute. Your first priority is to prove yourself innocent after all. I'm sure there is little that needs to be kept secret now. Unless your script already has holes in it. The Outlander is speechless. My, oh my, don't they look flabbergasted? Now comes the
fuck is this?
infighting in discord, I suppose. This was almost too easy. Oh, good thing I made all those preparations. Seems the all-nighter I pulled last night is really paying off.
Goddamn, what is this?
Hey, Linny! Why didn't you tell us this before?
Order! Order! Mr. Linney, allow me to re-establish the facts. Lady Farina has raised 2 points. First, when the thud was heard in the Opera House, you were neither in the box nor the tunnel. Second, you and Ms. Lynette are both members of the House of the Hearth. Are these claims true?
There's no doubt about the magician's ability to con others. Given how Lenny has concealed his identity, he could have... this could have all been a setup beforehand. Did they have to make her this stupid? She's pretty much a Konosuba character. Yeah. Yeah, she's very Konosuba. Plus, Tyler's here in Fontaine along with the other house operatives. There could be a scheme going on.
Please answer my question, Mr. Linney.
I'm sorry.
Don't say that. Whatever.
Yes, they're true, Your Honor.
I knew it!
Knew it.
Well, that's it. We might as well move on to the sentencing already.
What should we do now?
Permission to speak, Your Honor.
Granted.
My client has withheld some key information.
In that case, what is your request?
I request a brief adjournment. There are things that must be discussed.
Is that really necessary? They're already as good as guilty.
The defendant deceived their own attorneys. What is there left to discuss?
Order! Order, I say!
Order. Order.
Your request is reasonable, and we shall adjourn. This trial will reconvene in 1 hour.
So you would stick to Mr. Linney's defense even after knowing what you do now? You certainly have more professionalism than I thought. In that case, my dear audience, let's allow the joy of victory to steep for a little while longer.
I do really like her design. The glowy blue outfit. It's nice.
Well, this is awkward. I didn't think the Hydro Archon would dig all that up.
If only her brain was designed better. If you didn't think the Hydro Archon would take it, she's a fucking Archon. Like,
I'm
what the
sorry,
fuck?
Traveler and Paimon.
Yeah, sorry.
Ugh. Paimon doesn't know where to start. We trusted you two. We based our entire reasoning on the assumption that you weren't bad guys. Not to set the wrong tone or anything, but Paimon's really mad!
I'm very sorry. I know you're angry, and reasonably so, but please, let me explain. I know you've clashed with the Fatui several times before. I wouldn't be surprised if just hearing the word is enough to make you upset.
Paimon's low-key racist. It is kind of true, like, they're just assuming because Fatui, that must mean they're bad. Evil.
But our organization is very, very large, and the Harbingers have very different personalities and goals.
Yeah, like, weren't we hanging out with Child earlier? We were saying, like, oh, it's nice to see a friend. Like, come on.
Right now, we want to save people. As many as we can.
That's right. I'm sure we're on the same page when it comes to this nation and the disaster that its people might face. I knew if it weren't for our respective identities, we could become good friends.
That's different. We know he's a criminal. I stuff out, that's true. He hasn't lied to us. Well, not recently, anyway. That we know of.
That's why I didn't wish to flat out lie to you, but chose to hide some details instead. The truth is very important, but being completely transparent about everything would see us spending more effort than we need to.
How can we know this isn't just another lie?
Right. So, you be the judge. Heck, if I were
I'm
you,
I'm
I
the
fear
lawyer,
that I'd
I'm
even
not the
struggle to
judge.
trust me at this point. You met a Fatus who works as a magician, a trickster by trade.
A Fatus?
All by coincidence, too.
A Fatus?
But still, I'm asking you to trust me.
He
I
said
am no
heck,
criminal.
I know.
At least, not in this case.
Sorry. Please forgive us.
Well, you both say that, but...
Where did you actually go while the trick was being performed?
Right. Let's hear your answer first, and no lies now!
Of course. I'll answer any question you ask. We've been trying to find out how the Oratrice operates. We want to know why it has a consciousness. Why can it deliver sentences accurately?
It's got a fucking gnosis. I could have told you this.
During our investigations, we learned that the machine's core is beneath it. From that moment on, Lynette and I have been designing this box swap trick with the objective of getting close to the core.
Is that why you needed a whole minute?
This is the whole thing. Even if they're not, like, complicit in it, they're gonna find the gnosis, and then the Harbinger's gonna come and take it. It's like Harbinger Fatui 101.
That's right. In truth, the audience would take about 75 seconds to count down from 60, while I would only need 15 to get to the opposite box. So, after jumping into the tunnel, I accessed the Opera House basement via the vent, and went to investigate the room in which the core is stored.
That air vent was created during the construction of the tunnel specifically to execute this step.
What did you find?
Well, nothing. As soon as I reached that room and was about to investigate, I heard someone's voice. Which should have been impossible, of course. I was quite certain that I was the only one in the room. That voice seemed to recognize me and tried to speak to me. I chose to err on the side of caution and retreated the way I came.
You know, this would have all been useful information for your attorney before we went to trial. Just saying.
On the way back, I saw the broken vase and the clothes on the ground, but the countdown was almost finished, so there wasn't time to give it any thought.
Like, think about it for a second, like, you know, as an attorney, I don't have to tell the court everything he tells me, but having all the information means I can make a better case. You know what I mean? Useless clients, I swear.
After that, the homicide occurred just as you saw.
Well, that explains why you didn't hear the thud.
Why do you want to understand the oratories?
Because of that prophecy I told you about, of course. We must know all we can about this nation's secrets in order to deal with that prophesized crisis.
I mean, we already know that that machine's definitely causing the problem.
That's the only way we can save everyone.
It's corrupting the waters. At the same time, he has to work with everyone having that prejudice against them. Because he's Fatui. Yeah.
So, there you have it.
Everybody's
The whole truth.
racist against Fatui.
I swear, I didn't hide anything from you this time. It was never my wish to proceed under this cloud of mistrust either.
Well, I don't know how to tell you this, Lenny, but it's gonna be hard to come back from this.
But like I said earlier, you can be the judge. If you want to leave because you don't trust the Fatui, there's nothing I can do to stop you.
Well, Traveler, you decide. Paimon will follow your lead however you choose.
I believe in the facts. I will defend you because I'm already your lawyer, but I'm telling you now, I cannot make a strong case.
Okay.
You fucked this case up.
Thanks for giving us a chance.
The current problem is that the scales are tipped pretty badly against you two. If we want to refute the Hydro Archon's accusations, we're gonna need a seriously watertight defense.
What's with all the water puns in this like story? We already have key evidence. Let's go back.
Oh, Paimon thinks she gets what you mean.
They don't stand a ghost of a chance? That's not a water pun. What's with the ghost? Ghost of the opera. Oh, it's an opera pun. I see.
Both parties have returned to their
A
positions.
Yu-Gi-Oh reference. I don't
Let us
recognize
continue
it.
the trial. When last we left off, Mr. Linney acknowledged the new evidence presented by Lady Farina as fact. Therefore, Lady Farina may continue stating her reconstruction of the events.
Ugh, that took long enough. Now then, if everyone would lend me their attention.
No.
At this stage, let's revisit that scene from Linny's perspective.
They have facts, I swear. Based on the opposition's account of events, you can identify loopholes in their statement. What the fuck? Use evidence and clues obtained during the investigation to refute any erroneous assertions. Use your refutations to convince the audience and obtain more support from the people. The oratories will display such shifts clearly. So let's just go off of what people's opinions are in the crowd. It's literally a show. When you find and refute all incorrect content, you complete the cycle of refutation and unveil the truth. It's a Phoenix Wright game now, yeah.
As the countdown began, he entered the tunnel.
Yeah?
When the flatbed trolley passed, he opened the box and got into an altercation with Halsey, which caused the loud thud. He did not realize that this sound could be heard by everyone in the opera house, which is why he claimed earlier that he could not hear the sound.
Objection.
Finally, he used the vase to knock her out
Not allowed object
before
yet.
making her change clothes to prevent others from recognizing her. At this time, Cowell arrived in the tunnel, having heard that strange noise, and caught Linny red-handed. So Linny proceeded to knock him out too before stuffing him into that box. Afterward, Linny passed the unconscious Halsey to his accomplice through the magic box in the audience stands, before operating the devices such that Cowell's death would be ruled an accident. And there you have it. That's the truth behind what happened.
Questionable. Circumstantial.
Does the defendant's side have any objections to Lady Farina's description of the events?
The key to refuting Lady Farina is the order of events. What Linny experienced and what he saw.
I guess this one. According to her, Linny is a Giga Chant that can knock out anyone in a second.
According to Linny, he left via the vent after entering the tunnel. He couldn't have had that altercation with Halsey.
Did he leave any evidence, you know, in the basement that he was there? This is all very circumstantial.
Seems this won't produce a Linny went to the room that contains the Oratrice's core. This is the actual truth.
Are we gonna get him? Are we going to be telling everyone exactly where he? Because you know that seems like he's gonna get into a whole different case of trouble. Like he's gonna get arrested for that instead. You know. Listen, people, he didn't do the murder. He was busy doing some terroristic espionage. Exactly. It seems like we're not making the best case here, you know?
Linny did not take part in the underground altercation. He only witnessed traces of the aftermath.
That's true.
Attention! Ace Detective Paimon has something to say!
God, why is Paimon doing the talking again?
When the countdown started, Linny did indeed go into the tunnel. But he immediately used a vent to access the Opera House basement, which is where the underground core of the Oratrice is stored.
We're gonna get him into so much trouble.
Once he reached that area, he heard a voice in what should have been an empty room. Since he felt something was amiss, he returned immediately. The crime scene had already developed by the time he reached the tunnel again, and in order to complete the magic trick, he did not remain there for any length of time. Finally, he reached the surface, and that was when the accident happened from his point of view. Therefore, he's innocent!
It's all blue. So far, neither side actually has any concrete evidence to support their argument, by the way. Just saying.
Paimon did it! Paimon actually managed to save
Trust me, bro, it's all you need. Yeah.
Wasn't it awesome?
In other words, you believe that he knew nothing of the incident?
That's right!
Moreover, I believe my opposition's reasoning is flawed.
My reasoning?
Yeah. Both of these are the same sentence.
If that's the case, then if Cowell hadn't entered the tunnel, who was the entire setup meant to kill? Assuming that what you say is true, Linny only needed decided to kidnap the young girl to cause a new disappearance case. What would the point of killing someone on stage be?
Oh, they have a point.
That's right, you tell them! And that's why they're partners of mine. They've managed to turn things around.
Oh, well, your denial is very strident. I'll give you that.
The fucking
But what
zooms.
proof do you have to back your claims?
What proof do you have? Like, what? You have no proof either. Do you remember how you refuted Lenny's alibi initially?
Of course I do. If he had been in the magic box the whole time, how could he have not heard that sound? Why do you ask?
Well, he wasn't in the box the whole time, so...
You're saying that he wasn't?
Your claim has now become my weapon. Your claim has now become my critical clue. This country doesn't believe in innocent and proven guilty. Spectacle is all that matters. Yeah. Your claim has now become my critical clue is my favorite. I have to think. What the fuck? Oh my god. Okay. Irrelevant. 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 Where's my critical clue? I'm missing one clue apparently. I have 8 out of 9 clues.
Are you sure we don't need to give this more thought? Paimon thinks there's some...
Thank you, Paimon. I actually have no idea what I'm doing right now.
That's right! Lenny wasn't in the box or in the tunnel. That's why he didn't hear anything strange during the performance. This means that when the crime happened, Lenny had already entered the basement via the vent. The same clue you used to disprove his alibi has now become the best proof! How do you like that?
That's not proof whatsoever.
Well played.
Like, what?
To think you'd use such logic. Well then, if it wasn't Lenny who committed the crimes, then who was it?
The murderer was... Use the gear hands to interfere in case questions. Select answers and fill empty gears to verify correctness of your deduction. Once you've answered all questions correctly, you can complete the logic chain. That's not the point of the trial, though. Yeah, no one cares about evidence. It's fine. The guard's investigation report indicates that the fireworks released near the end of this show ignited and burned through the ropes, suspending the water tank above the stage. If Lenny is no longer under suspicion, only other members of the troupe would have the ability to tamper with the ropes. Lenny gave a detailed account on how the trick was supposed to work. Having changed her outfit, Lynette and her assistant would take charge of on-stage interactions. It's close blending to Halsey, the lady who went missing or found in a tunnel. We don't know why. It was herself.
Halsey is the missing person and an ordinary audience member. Or did she have her own scheme all along?
I mean, surely the guy didn't do the crime and then end up killing himself by accident,
The
did he?
deceased's name is Cowell, Lenny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper
That would
with
be kind of awkward if that was the case.
Could there have been a third person involved? Is that really a possibility? the missing person and...
Depression is a bad bitch, yeah, but I don't know. I'm gonna, you know, if it's all about the spectacle, I'm gonna say it was the audience member all along. Oh, fuck.
Could there have been a third person?
Oh, really? The guy didn't just kill
The
himself?
deceased's
Okay.
name is Cowl.
Well then.
Huh? That can't be right. Are you serious?
That's a pretty bold statement.
The killer was, in fact, Cowl, the deceased!
Oh, is that so? How interesting! Let's hear your reasoning then.
What I must do next is recreate the truth. What Cowl did, and how he went from would-be perpetrator to victim.
Typical Genshin. He's not actually dead. How can we envisage Lenny as having been unable to interfere with the crime?
No one entered or left the opera house through its entrances. So... The deceased's name is Cowl, Lenny's assistant. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Hall. It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would likely have bumped.
Fuck.
It would have been tough for both people to.
How can I prove there was an altercation?
The sound we heard may have come from a. The deceased's name is Cowl.
Where did the missing Halsey go?
No one entered or left the. Halsey's clothing was in. Lenny was not in the tunnel at. Lenny was
What?
not in the tunnel at that moment. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel.
I am no good at this. I'm missing the one clue. I that 8 out of 9. I'm missing the one clue I need. Must have been in a position to easily modify the equipment. Leaving aside how he died, Cowl had all the means to commit the crime at his disposal. The strange noise could have been them struggling. Lenny was not in the tunnel for 1 minute. This would have given time for Cowl to bring Halsey out of the magic box at the audience stand. According to the guards, no one left the opera house. Exiting from the box would be in full view of the audience.
What's wrong, Traveler? Are you still having trouble figuring things out?
Yeah, this is the bit that we couldn't answer before. Was where did they get out? I guess is that the one clue I missed?
I see how it is. So this was all just a bluff. And here I thought you had something to show for it. But it seems you're still far from the truth.
Look, since we're at a dead end, why not consider a different track? Just like the trick as it transpired, the end result must have been utterly different from the magician's initial design.
If only we knew how Halsey disappeared.
Well, that would be nice, but the tunnel only has 3 exits, and none of them seem very likely. And it's not like this is a magic trick where you can just make a real live person disappear. You know, like you did from that water tank, Lynette.
How did they get out of the water tank? They never explained that.
interruption, dear opponents. But do you not see that the crowd is growing impatient? There is no greater sin in this opera house than an awkward delay in the performance.
If the defense is unable to make further effective arguments, we will move on to the next stage of the trial.
Hold on. I got this.
Lenny was not in the tunnel at that moment. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal. The deceased's name is Cowell, Lenny's assistant.
The water. It was the water, Your Honor.
The vase
The water.
was not broken by chance. It was used to cover important evidence. The water.
Paimon gets it! It all comes together if Halsey disappeared instead of being kidnapped. Lynette escaped from the water tank, vanishing gradually and leaving only clothes behind. If there's a similar method where a person could be transformed into water...
Oh, just a moment, please. I do hope you know how preposterous you sound at the moment.
I mean, it could have happened.
How could a person ever be transformed into water? This is reality we're talking about here, not some magic trick.
That's what the whole thing was about, is a magic trick, though.
Must we really? I should think that of anyone. Your friend Linny already knows this truth very well. Magic tricks are ultimately just illusions and misdirection. But Halsey's disappearance is very real. We're talking about two completely different things.
Even so, I trust the Traveler's judgment. The truth must be out there somewhere. Perhaps some new line of reasoning may open if we try to gather all the focal points that don't make sense.
I mean, if you would explain how you know, Lynette disappeared in the water earlier.
Since Cal was the deceased, we haven't placed much attention on him. But given that we aren't making much progress with the case, it wouldn't hurt to have a look at his belongings, would it?
People really do come up with all sorts of harebrained schemes when at the end of their rope. The way I see it, your suggestion that we broaden the scope of our investigation is nothing but a tactic for stalling the trial.
Nevertheless,
We would
I believe
never.
that this is a reasonable request on the part of an attorney. Since the trial does indeed appear to be at an impasse, I believe that additional evidence may help us make more progress. Guards, please step into the lounge and examine the personal effects of the deceased, Cowell.
We are still examining the items, but we have already made critical progress that we feel must be shared with everyone post-haste.
Post-haste? That's the most haste.
We discovered several test tubes of fluid within Cowell's baggage, each labeled separately. The notebook in his backpack claims that these fluids are water from the primordial sea.
The primordial sea?
The note's contents also indicate that Cowell belonged to an organization that sells illegal drugs and that he had an accomplice.
Oh god damn, he just had that on his person? What the fuck? He's a terrible criminal.
The notebook has many entries concerning safe usage of these fluids, in which the keyword dissolve appears many times. One of these tubes was labeled Opera Epiclese, along with
No wonder
yesterday's
he
date.
died, yeah.
It is empty. The notes also state that these dissolution properties work exclusively on people from Fontaine. It's likely that Halsey was chosen as some sort of test subject.
So basically, dissolving in the water.
As such, we believe that the defense's hypothesis is, in fact, supported by sufficient evidence.
Tomas got done in by his people because he was a liability, yeah.
You gotta be kidding! People dissolving into water?
Could something so ridiculous actually be true?
Wait a moment. This reminds me of a certain prophecy, but it's just a coincidence, isn't it?
Huh. If people can become water, does that mean that the water tank's real use was as a means to hide water stains? And if Cowl was targeting that girl... Wait just a minute. Could that mean... You two, with me, quick!
Demoiselle, wait! What about your partners?
Let's go. Just trust me.
Order! Order!
God damn.
It is undeniable that further examination of the deceased's personal effects has yielded some surprising results, but we cannot yet verify the veracity of these clues. Still, let us assume that these clues are indeed authentic, albeit with the understanding that Ms. Halsey has yet to be found. Guards, please
she's
continue
water
examining
now.
the items along these lines. Mr. Linney, it appears your hypothesis is supported by the evidence, so please continue speaking.
Of course. Thank you, Your Honor. If we uphold this hypothesis, I believe that many of this case's seemingly unrelated clues can be connected together.
Probably evaporated by now. Yeah, we kind of just left her down there.
Right! Like the metal hook! That one didn't make sense at all. Let's think about this. Cowell's methods must have something to do with that water from the primordial sea.
Who is the prime
The
suspect?
deceased's name is Cowl.
Cowl. What time did the culprit use to control the dissolution? Which one is
I
which?
remember there was something else within the inner Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire time.
Oh, what item did he use to control the timing of the dissolution?
I remember there was something else within the inner layer of that box.
That?
The water from the primordial sea should already have been...
I can't read. We already know I can't read. It's been...
Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant for another magic trick, but was instead some form of triggering mechanism.
No, that's the trigger. I see. What item did the culprit use to hide the mechanism behind the
I remember
crime?
there was something else within... Lynette was in the magic box on stage. I remember there was something... Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant for an...
Nice. I'm a genius. You doubted me.
Ahem! It's Ace Detective Paimon's time to shine again! In the original plan, Cowl would tamper with the water tank rope and the number selector securing his target. When the magic box containing Halsey was lowered, the metal hook would retract gradually and pierce the balloon at the top of the box. When the balloon attached to the box popped, the water from the primordial seed inside it would pour down and dissolve Halsey.
I'm as much of a genius as Focalor. Wow. Maybe I'll have to roll for her then if I'm so similar to her, huh?
Afterward, Cowl would enter the tunnel and break the flower vase to conceal the water inside the tunnel, with the remaining evidence being covered up by the water tank on stage. But he encountered something unexpected in the tunnel, and wound up being fatally hit by the same water tank he meant to use to cover his tracks.
Huh. That does make sense.
Basically, the dude's an idiot.
That actually links together a lot of the more confusing pieces of evidence.
Oh dear, what do I do? Even I think they sound convincing now. Have I falsely accused an innocent person? What a humiliation.
Oh my god.
Now, it seems like the only point of contention remaining is the exact circumstances that led to Cal's death. His notes mentioned he had an accomplice who could be related to the situation.
On that note, the guards have just contacted me indicating that they uncovered new evidence. I shall now invite him on stage to share it with us.
Thank you, Your Honor. We were just inspecting the luggage of the other people involved in this case. And we found an identical sample of the water from the primordial sea among Linny's personal effects.
Oh my god.
What? That can't be.
It's a plant. It's a plant. Someone planted that evidence.
I see. Well, how wonderfully comedic to have your own counterattack only to come back and wound you.
No way.
Does this not clear all doubt? My dear citizens, my loyal audience, allow me to present my reasoning and bring this performance to a swift close.
Oh god, here we go again.
Linny did not need to take part in the dissolution of the young woman at all. Indeed, he did leave the scene via the vent. Having made modifications to the props beforehand, his accomplice Cowl then caused Halsey to vanish using the water from the primordial sea. But upon his return, in cruel avarice, Linny desired sole credit and prepared to do away with his partner in crime. Ultimately, he knocked Cowl out, and the tool meant to cover the crime up also became a murder weapon. Now, as much as I regret having come to such a viciously straightforward conclusion, it does seem that the famed Fatui is quite the cold-blooded and ruthless organization. Am I right?
Questionable
Mr.
argument
Linny?
at best.
We've used up all the evidence we collected. There's no way for us to make a rebuttal here.
She hasn't used any evidence for this.
Is this the end of the road?
Why do I need evidence, but she doesn't need evidence? Time to fight. I don't think we can fight. Doesn't the fight have to come before the trial?
Seems using the water as new evidence was too good a move. Why did this have to happen now?
I think we've all seen enough now, and we have ample witnesses to my flawless reasoning. I believe this is indeed the finale.
Oh dear.
Now then, my good.
Where's our
noble
partner,
Chief
Geo
Justice,
lady?
should we not, in your view,
Excuse me, everyone, but I must interject.
There we go.
Miss, I must ask you not to shout and to respect the ongoing legal proceedings.
Oh, come on. Don't be hasty. I have a good reason for interrupting, you know. Now, would anyone here like to take a little break from all this debate and see a little magic?
Just get on with your evidence.
I'll show you an amazing trick. One that can bring a young woman who has disappeared back in the flesh, right before your very eyes. Please, do the honors, Mr. Linny, if you would be so kind.
What in the world is she saying?
No offense, miss, but miracles like that are beyond my scope as a magician.
Ugh. Hang on, one sec.
Come on now, don't be silly. Magic is all about misdirection, isn't it? It often conceals the truth while presenting a fascinating illusion. But once everyone believes the illusion, can't magic reveal the truth to them once again? And wouldn't such a trick be the most marvelous finale to today's performance? Come on, Linny and Lynette, give it another go. Don't
They're just
worry.
like lugging this giant
Auntie
box
Rasula has
on
made the
stage.
necessary arrangements on your behalf. But as the magic makers and stars of the show, I think I should leave the final performance to you.
I understand.
And
Oh, that was a pathetic click. Snapping of the finger.
Sorry for the interruption.
What the? What are you apologizing for?
Isn't that Halsey? So the whole thing about people dissolving wasn't true after all?
She was just hanging out in the box the whole time.
Because this person told me that if I testified, the merit of doing so would lessen my sentence. I was hiding outside this room listening to the proceedings because I was afraid that I would be the one put on trial.
Oh, you're definitely going on trial
I was
now.
just feeling happy that no one had noticed me. And then before I knew it, she caught me.
That'll teach you to underestimate us three.
Where should I begin? I'm sorry. I'm the one who killed
I fucking knew she did it.
I admit it.
I said she did it.
What?
No one believed me. Not even the main
Firstly,
character believed
my
me.
name isn't Halsey. It's Lillian, and I'm originally from Mondstadt. I
Fucking
heard that Linny's show
Mondstadtians,
was
I
gonna
know
be
it.
a real thriller, but I missed the chance to buy a ticket, so I stole one. That's how I make a living. I steal stuff here and there, and I'd
Venti,
never been
take it
caught
over.
before. But I was noticed at the harbor a few days ago, and I barely got away. Linny was the one who caught me in the act.
Hey, no wonder you look familiar. So you were the thief. Liddy even mentioned that you were pretty skilled.
Well, and I thought that would have been the end of it.
She is the
but
thief
then
from the
number
start of the
selector
game.
chose me.
The one that for some reason we couldn't catch.
He even mentioned the Fortress of Meripede. That's a prison, isn't it? So you can imagine how shocked I was. I thought he was on to me for sure. So I played along with the show while looking for an opening to flee. But then I got water poured on me for no reason, and then someone jumped into the tunnel to nab me. I wasn't going to take that lying down, so I knocked him out and stuffed him into the box. There was nowhere to run from there, though, so I had to change my clothes and hide in a box containing performance costumes. I slipped out after the first guard arrived at the scene and continued hiding inside the opera house.
Can a person even hide in there?
Why, hiding in a box? Yeah, definitely.
But I swear I didn't know that the water tank would fall down. Really, I swear it. Had I known that, I wouldn't have put him in the magic box. I may be a thief, but I'm no killer.
That's still manslaughter.
Everything pretty clear now, doesn't it?
Okay, well, let's see if the, wait, we have to still refute? I'm pretty sure
Time, we need to tell the entire story from Lillian's perspective.
Lillian just refuted. Why do I still have to refute it? What the fuck? She did. I don't think she dissolved anymore, though, did she?
See? The strange sound wasn't from a fight. It was Lillian's attempt to break out when she was frightened.
A clear admission of guilt is obviously not stating it enough. Needs something more dramatic. Yeah, of course. I forgot their legal system is weird.
The flower vase was not broken to cover anything up, but was smashed during the struggle between Lillian and Cowell. Lillian was afraid that she would be recognized if she left, so she changed clothes and hid, biding her time. Just...
Nice.
And it's Ace Detective Paimon time!
Ace Detective. Sure.
Having been selected out of the blue, Lillian panicked. Her panic only intensified after she entered the tunnel and had water poured on her head. So she kicked the door open, producing the thud we all heard. Hearing the commotion, Cowell leapt into the tunnel, only to discover that Lillian had not dissolved. He did not know that Lillian was not from Fontaine, but was a thief who made her way in by stealing a ticket. Mistakenly believing that the water from the primordial sea needed time to take effect, he tried to force Lillian back into the box. The two broke the flower vase during the struggle, but Lillian came out on top, knocking Cowell out and putting him in the box.
Are people in Fontaine made of paper or sugar? Possibly.
With no way of escaping, she changed her clothes and hid in the costume trunk until the performance ended.
It's like, you remember the things from Ruby? The most recent season? They couldn't go in water?
That she would have to go through guard inspection if she tried to leave afterward. So, she has been trapped in the Opera House these last 2 days.
We've all been trapped here for 2 days.
By the time we were chatting over macarons. So, she swiped 2 of them right under our noses. Talk about a sneaky thief.
At this point, all the events that happened in the tunnel have now come to light.
Ah, so that's the whole story.
Bravo!
Bravo! Bravo!
Now then, Lady Farina, do you wish to speak against the defense's statements? Please answer the question, Lady Farina. Also, if I may add, the trial has not yet ended. As such, I request that the prosecution not leave the room before the proceedings have concluded.
Oh, is he in
What?
trouble?
Are you reading my mind now? No, I have no further arguments. I admit defeat. But really, could you at least have left me with some dignity?
Wow, look at that! She's like a deflated balloon now.
If there are no objections, then as the Chief Justice of Fontaine, I shall once again repeat the full sequence of events.
Okay.
The actual perpetrator of the serial disappearances, Cowell, selected his next victim from the audience reservation list. With some modifications to the selector, he could ensure that the pre-selected young woman would be chosen. To cover up any evidence while committing the deed, Cowell thought of allowing the water tank to fall,
doesn't actively
which would
obstruct the
conceal the
system.
water left behind after the young woman was dissolved. He also tampered with the rope suspending the water tank, using the fireworks at the end of the performance to cause the tank to drop and hide the watermarks. He poured the water from the primordial sea into a balloon during the preparation of the magic box and stuck it to the box's lid. Finally, he passed the prepared hook on a rope through the gap in the magic box's door when bringing the young woman to said box. When the magic trick officially began, the box containing the woman was lowered into the tunnel, tightening the hook rope and bursting the balloon containing the water. If all had gone to plan, the young woman would be dissolved at this time. However, Lillian was not from Fontaine and thus fled the box with a loud noise. Realizing that there was trouble, Cowell entered the tunnel and met Lillian. Thinking that the waters had not yet taken effect, he decided to proceed. However, his opponent was more capable than he
tried
thought,
to make
and he was
someone into
overcome,
water.
knocked unconscious, and placed into the magic box, and thus became his own final victim. Lillian, according to her own statements, then changed clothes and hid until the performance ended, before hiding in other parts of the opera house. As for Linny,
He just
was
wanted
in the
that game
underground structures within the opera house, and was
Yeah.
thus ignorant of these
Literally.
happenings. From this reconstruction of events, we can conclude that Linny, the accused, is in fact innocent. While there is much in Linny and Lillian's conduct that should still be investigated separately,
the
this
basement
case at
business,
least
yeah.
can be handed over to the Oratrice to make the final decision.
Oh my god, it's fucking Star Rail. Did anyone see that? You just put through a Star Rail pass? Are we rolling?
As such, Linny and Lynette are officially declared not guilty.
Oh my god.
Great work, partners.
Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Let's not celebrate just yet.
Next, I think we deserve an explanation, Guard Vaughn.
Oh,
How
random
did you
guard.
find the water from the primordial sea in Linny's baggage?
Right! Your discovery caused me to make a serious mistake, you know. Or was that not a discovery, but false evidence that you dared to bring before this court?
I suspect that the accomplice mentioned in Cowell's notes was not Linny, but you, yes?
Now is he accusing, so therefore
I'm sure
he has
you know
to
what
be
you must do to lessen
in a
your
trial?
sentence.
Speak quickly! Unless you want to earn yourself a one-way ticket to Coupon Town.
I was just following orders. We were supposed to place blame for the serial disappearances onto Linny, and thus cause suspicion to fall on the Fatui. The higher-ups said this was the best opportunity to do so.
And now that your plan has fallen through, and the secrets of the water have been revealed, you have become a liability to said higher-ups, yes? Therefore, you would be wise to tell everything you know, and seek the protection of the guards.
Yes, I'll tell you everything I know.
Oh dear.
Our boss discovered that the water can cause people to dissolve. It can also be made into a potion, which when extremely diluted, can cause people to experience
He's
unforgettable exhilaration. We've been in this business for a while now, and have made decent more off it. The disappearances were also the boss's idea. I mean, this is the boss we're talking about. The...
Yeah, there he goes. He is water now.
And now
Can he be
no longer
unwatered?
Such ruthlessness. I shouldn't have expected any less of them.
She's
An
the boss.
outrageous act. All present, please submit to inspection immediately.
However, nothing is found, so... Oh well. Anticlimactic for a bit.
We're just going back now?
Okay. Now we're not needed anymore. We won our first case. That's 100% win rate, by the way, as lawyer.
Traveler, Paimon, please wait.
So how long was this cutscene? I don't know. How long's it been? 2 hours? If any Fontaine person can be melted like that, how are these terrorists not in control of the entire country? Yeah.
Linny.
I know you may not want to speak to me right now. Maybe you don't even want to look at me. But still, let me thank you again for defending me to the end. Even after you learned that I'm a member of the Fatui.
I just didn't want to see her falsely accused.
I guess. But regardless, I'd like the opportunity to set things straight. I didn't approach you with any ulterior motives or ill intent. I've spoken to you as myself, just plain Linny this entire time. As for why I'm a Fatus, it's because the goals of the House of the Hearth align with those of an orphan like me. That's all. That was how Father, who you might know as the Knave, approached recruiting us back then too.
I don't know who the Knave is.
The one who controls the House of the Hearth? She's your father?
That's right. And since we're
That's
here...
true? Oh, is that what her
I
name
was
is? The
wondering,
Knave?
Would you mind hearing a story?
I did not know that.
It's about my past. Back when our parents first died, Lynette and I were left wandering the streets. To survive, I took to surreptitiously observing an older street performer who did magic. It took me several days to figure out how he pulled off his amazing tricks. I took my sister through several streets until we found a crowded corner, and we began to perform magic tricks there. To my surprise, we proved to be pretty popular, and we could at least stop worrying about where our next meal would come
Don't
from
know why they
for a
call her
time.
father. Yeah.
But I didn't want my sister to
They're pretty
remain a street rat
progressive.
together
That's all
with
it
me
is.
forever. Before long, an aristocrat came to me and claimed that he wished to take us in after watching my performances.
So you went from orphans to nobility just like that?
That was how we felt at first, too. As if fate was on our side and we could say goodbye to those painful days. But I gradually discovered that while we were called foster children, he was really after my talent for magic tricks. He would constantly take me to all sorts of banquets to garner attention, which he would then use to expand his social circles.
That doesn't seem too bad either. Better than roaming the streets at any rate.
It took a while for me to realize just how dark his heart really was. After one particular performance at a banquet, I discovered that Lynette was not on the same return vehicle as me. I waited a long time after we returned home, but she did not come back. I went to that noble's bedroom and asked him about her whereabouts. The answer he gave me was, she caught the eye of the most eminent person at the banquet, so I sent her over as a gift. I mean, you'll be able to perform your magic regardless of who your assistant is, yes?
Shit.
Oh no. So he was gonna...
What the fuck?
But wouldn't Fontaine's laws deal with such people?
What's the age rating of this
As far
game?
as outsiders are concerned, this is a relationship akin to adoption or foster care, and they have their
Hello?
ways of escaping the eye of the law.
So what
I managed to
happened?
ferret out the location of the mansion of that so-called eminent person and hurried through the night. But by the time I leaped over the walls, avoided the guards, and made my way in, all I saw was the moonlit ground covered in blood, and the knave standing there in the darkness.
So, she'd already taken care of that guy.
That's right. She had rescued my sister before she could come to any harm, and had even discovered several girls hidden in a basement. All
Fucking
of them orphans.
Christ.
Father, I mean, the knave, might have seen something in me, and so she made me
Some
an
fucking
offer.
dark shit. For Genshin,
The House of the
especially.
Hearth welcomes you, for your interests align with ours. Here, none will ever betray you. Indeed, betrayal shall never be permitted here. I was hesitant to trust her. I mean, I had just been betrayed by nobles. But she was also
This went from
quick
0 to
destroy the
100 in
noble
half
who
a
had
second.
taken
Yeah,
us
it
in at
did.
first, giving us back our freedom.
Oh, so that's how the two of you joined the House of the Hearth.
The knave is after the Gnosis in the machine.
She has her own plans.
She's totally after the Gnosis.
She has gained permission from the Tsaritsa to first use the Gnosis's power once she obtains it. She plans to use it to find a way to break the prophecy and save Fontaine.
So, she believes in that prophecy too?
That's right. The whole House of the Hearth is currently working to combat that crisis. Today's
Best
case has
grill.
also proven that people from Fontaine can indeed dissolve into some sort of water, thus further supporting the prophecy. All of us house members here, Lady Arlecchino herself included, are from Fontaine. We won't give up on defending our homeland. To us orphans, the only connection we have left to this world, apart from our family, is our homeland.
So, from small deeds like distributing magic pockets to huge schemes like stealing a Gnosis, everything is aimed at dealing with that prophecy.
Still can't 100% trust you. You're firmly in like Tartaglia ground. Can never 100% trust you.
It's all right. I understand. The only thing I can do is relate all this to you. I just hope you can understand that even as a member of the House, I have never stopped making my own decisions, and that I believe what I'm doing is right. If you should need anything at all in the future, feel free to find me. I will do my best to help you, as plain Linny.
Goodbye. I'm going to my fancy hotel now.
Bye, Linny!
Leave the opera house. Where's the door? Oh, it's right in front of me.
Hey there! What was with the disappearing act you pulled right as the trial ended?
Going home? Long stream for a Wednesday. Yeah, I'm fucking wrecked. I'm gonna have
Well, this whole
no
thing
sleep.
isn't exactly over, is it? I do feel that we're getting closer to solving the serial disappearances case, though. Don't you think so, too?
Well...
Huh? What's wrong, my dear partner?
I was really only trying to defend Lenny.
Besides, are you sure we're the ones who can crack a case that's been cold for decades now? And given that there's new evidence from the trial, there should be a trail of breadcrumbs for the Hydro Archon's people to follow now, right?
Ah. I see. Well, I won't lie. I'm a little shocked to hear that from you. But I suppose you are just travelers who have only arrived in Fontaine after all. Sorry. I might have been too presumptuous.
Don't say
This is usually how it goes. We start out cold to the plight of whatever nation we go into.
And we were
then
having so much fun
you know,
investigating with
fix
you,
it
too.
anyway.
It was like having new waters flowing into a stagnant mire, causing new hope to spring forth, and the reflection in the murk to become clearer. Well, sorry about that. I'm a bit prone to nostalgia. Don't mind me. Wait, shall we have a farewell meal? You know, to commemorate our time as partners?
Huh? Do we really need to get that formal? Well, guess you really did treat us as partners, huh?
Well, I'd just like to have a proper ending to every important memory. That way there are no
It's too
regrets
quiet.
later.
It's suspicious.
Anyway, it would just be a meal, so it shouldn't take up too much of your time.
Oh, that's what they all say. Let's go have a meal then.
Twist Paimon's arm. If Boss Navi is treating, count Paimon in!
Oh, wonderful. In that case, why don't we return to the court of Fontaine and head to the Hotel de Boer? I believe we'll make it just in time for dinner.
Oh, I was just heading there actually. This girl has clearly never had food with me. Like, you don't have to call me out like that. Offer hydro sigils. Oh, no, I couldn't read it quickly, you know. Well, that was quite something. Oh, it's been so long since we've been outside. I forgot what it was like. The moon, I know. It's there. Crazy. What? I lied to you? I'm pretty sure there's supposed to be more than one moon, actually. But it's the other one's gone. It disappeared. Dalamud doesn't count? No, no, no. Ugh. Oh, where's my free Lynette?
Let the magic begin!
Oh. There she is. Oh, she's animal.
Let the magic begin!
Where's the button? There it is.
Time for afternoon tea.
Oh, she's a sword user.
Over here!
Nice. I like that. I appreciate skills where they can sprint. That's pretty great. I like that. Mine. Mine. Isn't Nahida just great?
Hey!
Well, unsurprisingly, I am not going to be doing any more quests tonight. I am up way past my bedtime for a work night. I have to be up in, what, 5 hours? 5.5 hours? So that's fun. I look forward to my no sleep. It's gonna be great. What the fuck is this song? Get out of here. Jesus. It's terrible. Go over there. That's yeah, there we go. Let's put that on. Whatever. Fuck, my brain is melted. I should just stay up, keep streaming until I leave for work. Listening to Oshinoko opening, it's great. It is fantastic. I've had it on my playlist for like months. It took so long, you don't feel like doing your dailies now? Yeah, I haven't even done my Star Rail dailies, to be honest. I haven't done any dailies for anything. Have you done your Final Fantasy dailies, Fyodor? I hope you... Oh yeah, you did. You said you did. You did your daily roulette. I hope you did your main scenario roulette, though. For your tombstones. Yeah, very important. To get your tombstones as well. Tut tut tut. For shame. For shame. Right though. Who can we raid though? Who is available? Who can we do to do the raid? Yeah. You just said you'll do it in the morning? I suppose, yeah. I thought you were talking about like Genshin dailies. Or Star Rail dailies. One of our siblings is live? Oh, who's live? Who live? You'll probably not stick around. Noxie is live. Do I not have Noxie followed? Where is Noxie? Oh, Baldur's Gate 3. I love that game. I've played a whole 4 hours of it. I know. Incredible, huh? It's fine. If anyone does want to stick around and watch some Baldur's Gate, we can raid Noxie. Let me do that. But yeah, I hope you guys had fun tonight. Obviously, I'm not I'm not doing anything tomorrow. I'm sleeping tomorrow is my plan. But Friday we'll be continuing with more Genshin. And hopefully we can do a bit more actual exploration of Fontaine. And have a look around and see some cool stuff. So that should be fun. And then on Saturday, we'll be playing Baldur's Gate, funnily enough, with Fox. So that should be great. I look forward to more of that. But yeah, thank you so much for joining. I love you all. Mwah. Bye. Bye. Bye, y'all.